Yeah, it looks like we're live. Are we rolling? Good morning, Taunus Rising. Excellent. Looks like we're happening. Good day, folks. It's a pleasure to see ya. My name is Dustin Cormier. We're watching another episode of How to Rock Astrology. Today, as we often do at this time, we usually do it twice in the month, although we're going to miss it in Christmas because I'm taking a break. We're doing our cold readings today. During our cold readings, this is a time when you can be a part of the astrology experience that I've been doing here on my channel. For everybody who's interested, you can join along. Watch, if you're watching live or if you're watching afterwards, you can check out the live experience and throw in your chart, which means, of course, you throw in the birth time for your chart data, and you will be able to be a part of our cold reading experience. Now, what is a cold reading, you ask? A cold reading is when you get a reading in the moment, like the minute that it happens. So the cold reading is something that it just happens spontaneously. I'm here with you. I say hello. We do the reading and we rock and roll. So, of course, anybody who is checking this out live ought to know that a cold reading happens live on the floor, just like this, which means, you know, be patient and mindful. Usually when I do a cold reading, I tend to go deep with the Scorpio energy that I am and that I have. I'm a Leo rising. I'm hard as fuck when it comes to hitting people with the uncomfortable critical information. This is just how I roll here on my channel. I find this is the best way to get something out of astrology. And I'm already glad to see so many of my people who always hang out with me on these live Thursdays. Bluebird, hi Anana. Hello Marina, Oma Zubair, Toxica, Taunus Rising. It's nice to see everybody hanging out with us live here. So I love doing these cold readings. It's always an exciting time. There is lots to do with cold readings. Now, today I had it in mind to do to convey a certain something. And of course, it has everything to do with the whole sign house system. We've already been talking about it quite a bit. I'm going to be doing a video discussing the cusps eventually and what the cusps are all about. So I have discovered an amazing thing that I think everybody who is interested in astrology should get in tune with, check it out, and use it. Expand your consciousness about astrology. And what that is something that you can go online and use yourself. It's called Stellarium. Stellarium is nuts. And we're going to talk a little bit about it. So for today, what I'm probably mostly interested in is getting into these cusps, as my friend Taunus Rising is saying. And we're going to dig into what they look like. Now, that's why today I'd like to find a chart of somebody whose cusps are whack. You know, usually for all of us, using the whole sign system, the 10th house is always the 10th sign. And this is something that we've explained a little bit already in our readings. So I'm not going to make too much of a deal about it here, but in Tropical Vedic Astrology, we use the whole sign house system. As we can see here, if you're a Leo rising, Sun rules the first sign. Mercury rules the second sign, Virgo, and the 11th. Venus rules the 3rd and 10th sign, Taurus and Libra. Mars rules the 4th and 9th sign, Scorpio and Aries. Jupiter rules the 5th and 8th. Saturn rules the 6th and 7th. So this is an example of the rainbow chakra system that correlates to Tropical Vedic Astrology. And this means we use the whole sign house system. So we don't necessarily we do use cusps, as we can see here. Sometimes you'll see the cusps in somebody's sign still. But we don't use these uneven trisectional houses, what Chris Brennan calls the quadrant houses. We also don't use the equal house system, right? Where, every 15 degrees, or, every whatever degree your ascendant is in, it's going to be that same degree that marks out the houses in the rest of the signs. That's equal house system. That's a little bit different as well. So we're going to discuss a little bit about the different house systems and try to get a spin on it by using the Stellarium software. So there's a lot to it, folks. Now, what I'd like is, I wonder if anybody could let me know if they have cusps where the 10th house cusp does not fall into the 10th natural sign. If you have such a thing, you might be a good person to use as an example here. So Maria is born, the sun is at 0 degrees Capricorn. So you're not sure about cusp. That's okay, folks. It's a very confusing topic. But I wanted to just come out here and just ask if anyone knows off the top of their head. So let's kind of dig into some things here. I'm just going to look up a new birth chart, blah, 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 for this present moment. Let's say Whitby, Ontario. That's around where I am. So this is a little bit of a funny chart. Let's see here. I'm just going to quickly check out this chart. I'm going to go to chart screen options. Now you'll notice that at the present time, Aquarius is rising, which is kind of fun. Got Aquarius, has Venus and Pluto in it right now. And we're at about 16 degrees of Aquarius at this time where I am on planet Earth. Aquarius has Scorpio for its natural 10th sign. We can see that the 9th cusp is falling in Scorpio. And then the 10th cusp is falling into Sagittarius at the present time. So just to give everybody a little clue, what I'm going to do is look up Stellarium, free software planetarium. Now, as you can see here, this is the Earth. This is the planet. Now, I don't know why it's giving me 550, but what we're looking for is the present time, which is at about 1150. Actually, it'd be 11, 10. All right. So this is what we're looking at here. Meridian, ecliptic. So for all of you who know this, this is a wonderful app. I wish I could get rid of this, and I usually can't. There we go. So is everybody hanging out and watching? Yeah, good. So this is Stellarium. Now we're going to get rid of our atmosphere so we can see the starry night sky. What an amazing thing, is it not? So we can see the red line is our ecliptic. So what's interesting here is when we see our equator, so that is north. So now we're facing south. So, you guys are going to see me using this to teach. So I kind of got to get the ring around it right now. So as we can see, the North Pole is behind us, and therefore we're looking towards the south. And this is where the sun would be rising in the sky. If you were looking outside my house and you were looking south, you would see the sun in the sky. And of course, you wouldn't actually see any stars. All you would see is the big bright sun. But with Stellarium, you can kill the atmosphere. So this yellow, this sort of line here is the atmosphere, the horizon. We see to the east, the sun and the ecliptic are very far south. Now, if you were to try and look at the actual ecliptic, which is where the sun actually rises, and it's really from Earth's perspective, it's the whole circle of the sun. you would see that the sun is, the whole ecliptic is sort of shifted over. That's why, even though a certain sign is rising in the east, the 10th house cusp would naturally be falling around where my mouse is. Or rather, the 10th sign would be falling around where my mouse is. Because that is actually the 10th sign in the zodiac, the ecliptic. We can see the ecliptic, the red, that's where the zodiac signs are. Just to give you an example, this would be the constellations. I'm trying to do it without the art. So we can see the constellations of Capricorn, Sagittarius, Libra, Virgo, Leo. They're kind of on this red band. Of course, since it's the winter, the red band in the northern hemisphere is very low. I can see that there's a lot that I've got to be able to convey with this sort of thing. But what we're going to do today is we're going to look up a chart and we're going to discuss what we see in this stellarium. And I'm going to make it easy so you guys can see what's kind of happening here. Now, let's rewind. Let's dig into ourselves here a little bit. There's a lot to have fun with here. So I'm just looking at our comments here. Good. So there's a fun new rabbit hole for us to dig into here with visually displaying and conveying a chart. So we are here for a purpose, ladies and gentlemen. So, I think the best thing for us to do, I'm going to be conveying these things as I go. You're eventually going to see me having videos talking about cusps. And as we go along in my channel, we're going to move through that. For now, we are here for cold readings, right? So let's dig in. Let's get started. It's actually a little bit nice and warmer down here than I thought it would be. It is very much the winter here in Canada right now. My dad has the heat cranked, and at first I thought that was not going to be a good thing. But at present, it looks like it is. Hello?
Hi, this call is regarding an order placed under your...
Wanted to check that just in case that was anything important. And of course it wasn't. Story of my life. Okay, folks. Let's get into it. For all of you watching, hanging out with me, let's do our first chart reading of the day. Gonna try to do at least 2. We'll be able to do 2. Hopefully we can do 3. Depends on how things go. So everybody, throw in your birth time now. Now's the time. We are ready to jump in and to be able to do our chart reading for today. And we are going to use Stellarium to dig into it. So throw in your birth time now, folks. Now, keep in mind that if you've been watching my channel, if you want to do a birth reading, I do it for real. I dig into the chart. I don't, well, I mean, as I often say, like, we're not here to drag your skeletons out of the carpet, out of the closet, and convey them to everybody. But just like with anything in healing and in the world of astrology, if you really want to get something out of an astrology reading, you do have to go deep. You do have to dig in and roll your shoulders back and allow yourself to be open to my Virgo energy, which is here to discuss the things that are wrong. Of course, also showing your good things in the right light as well. But usually, I'm a Virgo. Usually, when people come to astrologers, sometimes it's because they're just have lots of money and they just want someone to tell them about themselves. But even then, it doesn't happen that much. Because they can look it up on a lot of stuff up on Google. Most people come to an astrologer because they've got something going on, and they want to hear from an astrologer what they've got going on. So with that being said, that's usually what I'm used to as a Virgo Swamsha. Virgo is sort of my main energy. So once I've got the car on the hoist, I want to dig in and see what could be going on with the car to make it work the best that it can. So goddess energy. Yeah, goddess essence energy. So I'm Leo rising, but I'm Virgo Swamsha. So that's where that energy comes from. So we've got a few charts here. As usual, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick a number. I usually go with 23. I think I'm going to go with 27 today, just to mix it up. I go from the top to the bottom. I'm going to go from the bottom to the top today. I like keeping it fresh, my Sagittarius moon. So let's begin and let's start moving through our chart readings today. So if you haven't already put your chart in, now's the time to do it, folks. Thank you, Swap. Thank you, Oma. El Zubair. And you're a cusper, eh? Oh, yeah, so you're a cusper. So being a cusper is cool. What we're really trying to find is if your midheaven falls off from the 10th natural sign. So that's what we're looking for, but it's okay. We're going to roll with it, and we're just going to pick whoever we pick today. And we're going to look at their chart in Stellium, or Stellarium. Okay, so I'm going to start at the bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Okay. Oh, no, I was going to do 27. 24, 25, 26, 27. All right. Okay, folks. So I have chosen, if you are ready for it, this person has been on my channel, hanging out with me, being a part of these cold readings for a long time. You have been chosen. The answer is Taurus rising. Taurus rising, my dear, you have been chosen. So get ready, because it's coming along. So Taurus rising, if you're here, and if you are ready for to dig in and dive into your reading, you're here. All right. Rock and roll, folks. Congratulations, Taurus rising. Now, my friend Inanna has asked, what's the significance of the Swamsha? If anybody knows me, you can really see my energy. I'm Leo rising, and I'm Scorpio moon. I'm Leo rising, I'm Scorpio sun, and I'm Sagittarius moon in the 5th house. But, when you really dig into what is the soul that's moving through that energetic signature, I'm Venus Atmakarika. That's like the Atmakarika. Atma is soul, and Karika is the signifier for the soul. So I'm Venus Atmakarika. When you talk to me, you see Leo and all this vibrant fire energy, but it's coming through the psyche of like a psychologist, of a very feminine listener of Venus Atmakarika. Now, when you look at the placement of the Atmakarika in the Navamsha chart, whatever sign it's in the D9 chart, is going to show your Swamsha. Thank you, Mo, sweetheart. Mo, you are looking out for me, and I appreciate you dearly for it. So the Swamsha, ladies and gentlemen, is the sign. We're going to talk about Taurus rising Swamsha today. Now that we're on it, and now that we're talking about it, the Swamsha is a very key dimension of the person's whole personality. It's the soul that's coming through. No problem, Taunus. I appreciate you saying that. So, Taunus, my dear, don't feel pressured to type anything because I can see that you have that hand injury. Patience is most certainly the key here. And it's very important for you to know that it's always exciting when we do something like this, but I don't want you to hurt your hand, my dear. So I'm going to have fun going through your chart, and anytime you do want to type in anything, ask any questions, feel free to. It'd be nice if you had that speech to text on your phone. That might make life a little easier. And if you just do that and you don't want to edit and it says a whole bunch of stuff, we'll do our best to just translate it. The Swamsha, everybody, is very key in the chart. I want everybody to know that. And we're going to talk about Taunus Rising's Swamsha today. No problem. Now, my friend Mo is taking care of me. God bless her. So I've just put the link for my PayPal inside of the comments. If anybody ever wants to give me a donation, you should be able to find that PayPal link there, as well as in the description. And as I always like to say, I'm very appreciative that everybody is doing this with me on my channel. We're having fun talking about astrology, so don't feel obliged. Tips are always appreciated, never expected, because I'm just having fun doing this regardless. But I appreciate it. It allows me to do my work, allows me to stay alive so I can keep doing this fun stuff. Because we do these cold readings twice a month, except for this month because it's going to be Christmas. But next month in January, we're doing cold readings every second Thursday and every last Sunday of the month. So we're going to be doing them on Sundays too, for everybody who can't be here during the middle of the week. All right, Taunus Rising. You've been patient. The time has come. Now, as I like to say, Taunus Rising, I think you've seen me on my channel here, but I've got to say it for the folks at home. When we're doing a chart, we're doing it in a public forum like this. It's always good for me to remind you that just because I dig into something, there's astrology happens where, we're dinging bells that no one was supposed to hear. If I ever wander upon something in your chart that you don't want to talk about, I'll usually say something about it. I'll reach around and I'll feel around, but you don't ever have to feel obliged to speak to anything that I go through in a reading. Even if I ask you directly, is this a thing that might have happened? You don't need to speak to it. And if you don't speak to it, I'm just going to keep on moving. That being said, it's always a good caveat for me to give. If you are okay with me doing this, with reading with you in this way, if you're not okay with it, feel free to speak now, forever hold your peace. It'll be no problem at all. If this has come upon you and you're like, okay, this is more than I thought. I think Taunus Rising has been with us for a while, so I know she knows the gig. Understood. Amazing. Good. Okay. All right, Taunus Rising. So, let's see. Taunus Rising is born... Now, I'm just going to be sure, January, February, March, April. So, usually I go month first and then day second, Taunus Rising. So, are you born in April 3rd, 1973 at 3:30 a.m.? Let me know when you can, Taunus. Yes, that's April 3rd. So it looks like you'd probably be in Aries then. Where'd you go? All right. So we've got 4, 3, 1973. Okay. I don't have my usual app. Here we go. Oh, looks like I got a thank you to Jed Ty Mueller. for giving me a sweet little donation on PayPal. I appreciate you very much. So, 1973. Excuse me for age bombing you here. That would make you 51 years old. Just past your K2 return. 1973 would be the year of the ox, the water ox. 71, 79, 76. Yeah, that'd be the ox. Okay. Okay, so we've got you in here at 3:30 a.m. Female in Germany. And then we've got you at Frankfurt, Germany. Whoa, there's lots of Frankfurts on here. No wonder. I've heard of a Frankfurter, and I guess there are lots of places that the Frankfurters could have come from. Looks like Brandenburg. All of these are in the same general vicinity. So I don't think you're in Bavaria. The time is approximate. Thank you very much. Let's see if you're on a cusp. Frankfurt AM Maine. So I don't want to assume anything, but Frankfurter Vorstadt. So Taunus, there's lots of different Frankfurts on here. I wonder if you could... Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Frankfurt AM Maine. I see Taunus rising. Thank you, my dear. I'm sorry for not seeing that clearly. Okay. All right. So this is one of those tricky situations. You got a cool cusp thing, which is at least nice. But you are right on that cusp. So it kind of is a bit tricky for us to do a chart reading because I don't know your exact birth time, because you said that the birth time is approximate. We're still going to do some astrology for you. I always flow with the going here. So, as we can see here, your birth cusp, the birth time of 3:30, which you've said is approximate, that puts you at 29 degrees of Capricorn. And I love a good Capricorn. Now, if you are born 4 minutes ahead, 3.5 minutes ahead, it's basically 3 minutes ahead, and you'll be a different sign. Now, the way birth works is that oftentimes doctors will just, put, yeah, she was born around 3:30, and we don't know what kind of window was occurring to make that difference. 3:33 or 3:29. So your mom doesn't remember if it was 3:33 or 3:29. Now that, oh shoot, you guys can't see what I'm looking at. So let's take a quick peek here into our software. Now, your mom doesn't know if it was 3:29 or 3:33. So it was an American Army hospital in Germany. So it's hard for us to say exactly what sign is going to be on the rising sign here. You're really on a cusp. So you could be Capricorn rising, or you could be, if you're born just 3 minutes earlier, basically, you could be Aquarius rising. So what we're going to have to do here is, we know the area around the time of your birth. We know that you're born around this time. We're going to have at least an exact placement of your moon. But since we don't know, there are some cool things that we can, it's nice that you're in between Capricorn and Aquarius. because we know your cusp is right around that root chakra area. But we are going to have to be careful, and it will serve us well to recognize that, I think if I'm going to do this reading, I think we should do it without an ascendant. I do it a lot. It happens all the time. So we're going to be mostly using your signs. Now, Taurus rising, this is a good opportunity for me to show everybody a little something that happens when this happens. For me, I'm going to go to my little email here. Now, I have a few friends who do work with people who are born on a cusp. So you guys can see me here. Good. Now, this is my little resource tab here. So what I would usually send is, doing astrology work is like any other medicine. It's useless to give the wrong medicine to the wrong patient. Without a correct birth time, it's impossible to give the correct medicine. So I'll only recommend a birth rectification of one's birth time. Usually if it's on the cusp of an ascendant and the time isn't 100% certain. Like, this is a perfect person who would do well. If you're really into astrology, Taurus, I would recommend that you get into finding somebody who could do a good birth rectification for you. So it's a whole process. Some astrologers offer deeper ones. A person who everybody can look up yourselves. Her name is Susan Smadi. Suzan-Smadi. She's got her own YouTube channel. She does Tropical Vedic Astrology like I do. She usually charges $80 for an hour of rectification. It's probably all you'll need for something like this. Scott Markham is a friend of hers who does the same work, and she enjoys it. There's also Amit Bhatt, and also Dr. Ganesh is another guy who I use. They all have sort of different prices. A lot of people love working with Susan Smadi when I send them to her. She's got a great little website that you can go on to. So birth rectification is when you pay somebody and you put in your birth, you give them your birth time, the approximate time, and they ask you a bunch of questions. When was your first big move? What was your first day of high school? What was around the time of your first lover? Give me the dates where you kind of came into connecting with all of your recent or past lovers. When was your most recent job change? Changing home? Big changes like this. Having an idea that you want to change your job, a big event, having a baby. All these things, they correlate them. Then they look at the time that those things happened, and they will usually line up with one rising sign or the other. It's a whole process. So I recommend it, Taurus rising. If you want to dig as deeply as you can into astrology, I, as an astrologer, would not do a chart with the ascendant unless somebody had done a birth rectification. So feel free to check that out. Now, we can still do a little bit of work here. And the first thing we're going to do is have a little bit of fun buzzing around on Stellarium. We're really going to do a sign-based reading for you here. So, the ascendant cusp is at 29 degrees of Capricorn. So when we go on Stellarium, so let's look up this birth time here. So we're going back in time. Wee-hoo! To 1973, when everyone was on cocaine and had nowhere to go, but everywhere to be. April. Oh yeah, interesting. Is that right? You've got the new moon happening there. Ah, in Aries. Very cool. So we're looking at the south. Let me just see. Yeah, so that's Aries, but we're flipped around. So this is cool stuff, everybody. So obviously, right now, this is the chart of this person. It's 1973, April 3rd. But of course, the time right now, the time that we have right now is 11:36 a.m. So the sun is at the top of the sky. Now, of course, we know Taurus rising was born at 3:30 a.m. So let's take our landscape out. What's going to happen to this sun is we're going to bring it down, and that sun is going underground down to 3:30 a.m. And we're going to pause it right there. So, of course, this is what the night sky looked like when Taurus rising was born. So we can see that Jupiter and Mars is just starting to come over. That's Jupiter, and Mars is also there too, that tiny little guy right there. Right? So that was just starting to come over the landscape. So for Taurus rising, Jupiter and Mars are pretty much rising on the ascendant, no matter how you dice it or slice it. And this goes to show that, of course, that would be assuming you're Aquarius rising. If you're a Capricorn rising, we can even see it coming just like a few minutes underneath. So this would be like Capricorn rising. Jupiter and Mars aren't fully risen yet. But at some level, they're near that cusp no matter what, no matter how you dice it or slice it. Now, Uranus is at the top of the chart, but where are the rest of her planets? There's so much cool things to say here, We can see, you see how everybody, the first thing I want to say, the median splits down what's called, I got to get this right. The median is going from the North Pole down the center between the east and west point of the Earth, from Earth's perspective, regardless of the ecliptic. See, the ecliptic is the zodiac, right? We can see, it's hard to really see it, but we can see from how things roll here, is that red line is actually where the planets revolve around the sun from Earth's perspective. Now, this red line, as we can see, it's kind of shifted over to the right and to the back a little bit. So even though the meridian line, which goes through the North Pole, is kind of, see how it's to the left? It's right on the South Pole, of course. That's because that is the reason why when we look into the chart, we see that the 10th house cusp is not on the natural 10th sign. Let's say, assuming Taurus rising was a Capricorn rising. Libra is the 10th sign for Capricorn. But since she's Capricorn rising, the Earth at the time that she was born is essentially the meridian line is falling into Scorpio. It's falling slightly to the left of the ecliptic, right? We see how the ecliptic, it sort of peaks around where Uranus is. So let's see if I'm correct on this with Uranus. Yeah, Uranus this is a perfect example. I'm really glad that we're looking at this. This is the perfect chart for my reading today, Taurus, and thank you for saying that. So there's a lot here, folks. Notice that Uranus is in Libra, everybody. Okay? If we're using a Capricorn rising, we've got Uranus is in the sign of Libra, and that's what we see here. Uranus would be in the middle of the peak of the red line. That red line is the zodiac. But when you are looking, you see the east point, of course, it's hard to see it, but the way that this thing works is that this little red E and this little red W are actually east and west from Earth's perspective. Now we've got south up here, and then we've got north down here. So it looks a little bit messed up when you look at it at this angle. But what's happening here is that Uranus would actually be so we're going to try and put it this way, okay? So let's say Jupiter and Mars here are at Capricorn, around that area, right? What we see, it's a little bit tricky to control. What we see is that Mars and Jupiter are around Capricorn. Uranus is in Libra. And Libra is the actual zodiac sign of Libra. It's way far off from the MC. That meridian line is the midheaven. That's where the Earth is actually split apart on the east and west point. If you take east and west and you split it right down the middle, that is the midheaven. You'll notice the midheaven is over here in Scorpio. But Uranus is in Libra. So this is why sometimes the midheaven does not fall on the natural 10th house. So hopefully that's clear. There's a lot to convey there. But, I'm going to show this once in a while so everyone can see what's going on here. Now we're going to take out deep sky. I wonder if we can take out view settings. We don't really need the Milky Way. The Milky Way is cool, but it's more getting in our way. So now when we look at Taunus's chart, we can see, I hope you guys can see me good. Most of the planets are falling not only under the Earth, but they're also falling on the let's see, what would this be? The Rahu side, which is very interesting. See, Rahu, it'd be Ketu. So Rahu and Ketu go backwards in the zodiac. So really, everything is kind of happening on the bottom of the chart. It's kind of a bowl chart in classical astrology, meaning all the planets are basically below the horizon, even though Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto are actually above on the top. When we're looking below, we can see all the planets are below the horizon in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 6th house, essentially. Now, what exactly does this look like? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you guys know this, but what this actually means is that all those planets are underneath the Earth when this person was born. What exactly does that mean? Let's take away our landscape, right? So for now, we can see that this is what the Earth looked like. There's not even a moon in the sky because the moon and the sun are in a new moon underneath the Earth. They're actually, it's worth noting that the sun and moon are square to the nodes in Aries. So let's take a little peek underneath. If we take away our atmosphere, we take away our landscape, what we learn is that all these planets are actually, so this is us looking in the north, and all these planets are actually underneath the Earth. All the planets that are hanging on the ecliptic, Saturn, Sun, Venus, and Mercury, and even technically Jupiter and Mars, they're all actually underneath the Earth, so you can't even see them at the time that this person was born, right? Whether you looked up the southern part of the sky or you looked up in the northern part of the sky, there's actually no planets illuminated in this chart. They're all underneath. This is good for some planets and not good for other planets. The sun doesn't like being on the 4th house cusp and underneath the Earth. Neither does Mars. But Venus and the moon do like to be below the Earth. So they're literally under the Earth, under the crust of the physical Earth, right? So this is this person's chart. It's a wonderful thing to be able to actually look at it and see it in the sky in this way. So that is what it means to have all these planets actually underneath the Earth like this. Right? So I hope that that's, as time goes on, we're going to be seeing why is the midheaven. The midheaven is something created by the middle of east and west is south. And that south line happens from Earth's perspective. But the ecliptic is something that is its own circle. Of course, we've all seen what the ecliptic looks like. let's just take a little peek here. The ecliptic looks like this, right? This is all the planets revolving around the sun. And it's a perfect disk, right? That is the red disk that we see when we look in Stellarium, right? That red disk is it. But of course, just for shits and giggles, what we're going to do now, folks, is, we can kind of see, right? We can see the Earth and we can see the ecliptic. Now, if we go up a couple of hours, because Earth is spinning on its disk, what's going to happen is that disk, at, like, let's say 1 p.m., 1:30 p.m., the sun is above the sky, and that red disk, you can actually see more of the ecliptic, right? But as time goes on, the red disk falls low again. This is especially in the time of spring, right? In spring, you know what? I'm just realizing that I don't have my place. That's why this is a little bit funky. All right, okay. Let's go Frankfurt, Germany. All right, so that's going to change us a little bit. Let's go back all the way to 3:30. 3:30 in Frankfurt, Germany. Let's see. 3:30. Something is weird here. I don't know why the sun would be above the sky. 3:30 in the morning. Okay, I'm just going to do a quick little switcheroo here. Frankfurt. All right, that is our location. And we're looking up. We're going back in time to 1973 on April 3rd at 3:50. I don't know why it's saying that the sun is above the sky. Frankfurt, Hessen, 3:30 in the morning. The sun should definitely be at the bottom. Germany is definitely not on the southern hemisphere. Am I tripping out? What the hell is going on here? The sun should not be in the sky at 3:50. Well, I do not know what's going on there, but that's super weird. I don't know if there's either I'm not understanding something. It should be in military time. Yeah. 3:24. Yep, it is. So at 3:30, the sun should be on the bottom, just like we were seeing before. I don't know. I'm over it. I'm going to have to figure out what's going on there. It seems like there's some kind of something going on there, but either way, I'm glad I got to show you guys what is happening. So Inanna asked, why is Mars not as good on the bottom of the chart? Well, Mars, according to the tenets of Vedic astrology, prefers to be on the 10th house like the sun to be out in the sky, because Mars is one of the masculine planets that has a drive towards a noble end. It likes to work. This is one of the partly, think that Mars, you can't always make a connection like this, but Mars likes to be in Capricorn. It likes to work for objective reasons, to be critical about the objects it's dealing with, not being critical towards itself. Mars is exalted in Capricorn, debilitated in Cancer. When Mars aims the gun at itself, it can kind of fall apart, and it's too hard on itself. So thank you, Mystic Mouse. That's a good question. We're going to go check out Taurus Rising's Swamsha now. I'm glad that we got to spend a little bit of time looking at Stellarium. So now we can start looking at the chart. Now let's start our chart reading proper. First thing we'll do, as Mystic Mouse has asked, because we were talking about it, let's take a look at Taurus Rising Swamsha. What's nice is that we have to now go with about a chart that doesn't have a birth time, a real solid birth time and a real solid ascendant. So I have to use all the tricks that I can in my disposal to apply myself to a chart where I don't know the exact ascendant. And the Swamsha is definitely one of those tricks. So Mercury is most certainly the Atmakaraka at 17 degrees, which is interesting. This is a person with planets in mostly lower degrees. Usually the Atmakaraka is going to be like much farther. So now this is a person with Mercury Atmakaraka, and Mercury is it's debilitated in Pisces. Although thankfully Mercury does like to be a bit closer to the rising sign. So it's going to be good for Mercury's Shadbala. So Mercury at 17 degrees of Pisces is going to be in the Navamsha. Let me guess it first. 3, 6, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The Navamsha. Sagittarius. Yeah. So Sagittarius, Navamsha, is where the Atmakaraka falls. So that means that this person is Sagittarius Swamsha. I've been getting a lot of people who have Sagittarius Swamsha for whatever reason. So I have a lot to say about it. I think the main thing to say about Sagittarius Swamsha, there's really a lot there. Now, it's interesting that Jupiter is also very close to the rising sign. It makes for a happy Jupiter. Sagittarius Swamsha is something that I could really even just pop off and talk a lot about here already. We have Mercury as the Atmakaraka, and it falls into Sagittarius Swamsha. Mercury being debilitated in Pisces as the Atmakaraka. Mercury Atmakaraka, Mercury is ruled, in Vedic astrology we call it Buddhi. Buddhi relates to the Buddha. It relates with having a planet. As a planet, the Buddhi has soul intuition. And I always talk about the Buddha anytime I have key Mercury things going on inside of a chart. There's lots to say here about this Mercury. It's in the middle of, it's in its own sign. It's not really getting damaged by any planets. And by its own Shadbala, we can't really lean too much into the Shadbala here because the person could be Aquarius rising. But if I change to Aquarius rising, Mercury is still at about 95% Shadbala. It's getting damaged by something. Let's see. Mercury, it's getting a bit... yeah. So Saturn is a malefic planet that is got Mercury at its 10th square. Saturn always hits anything that's at the 10th square. It's probably good for Saturn because Mercury is probably kind of hitting Saturn, at 44. So that's giving Saturn some delight and helping Saturn a lot, and it needs it. Saturn is very important for this person because they have the north and south node on the Capricorn and moon axis. So the moon and Saturn are going to be key. Now, this moon is technically, we're gonna stick to Mercury here, but I just want to check if this moon is technically combust. Yes, it is. Moon, Mercury, and Venus are considered combust. Even that Mercury. Sometimes this software is a little bit funny with combustion. That Venus is definitely combust. The moon is definitely combust. Mercury being combust, it's almost 30 degrees away. I find that a little sketchy. I don't know about that. It's still close to the sun. You know, I can almost see why there would be some combustion there. It's definitely not delighted by the sun. You know, we'll digest that as we go along. It would be very important for this person because it's Mercury Atmakaraka. Hard to say here, though. But we do know that Shadbala, I'm going to take you back to being a Capricorn rising, even though we're not really using the rising sign. But we know that this Mercury is at about 95% of its Shadbala strength. It's doing okay with Digbala, but there's a few things. It's a little too close to the sun, and it has a little bit of minus Drigbala coming from malefic Saturn hitting it. So it's not the strongest Mercury in the world. It's at about 94% of what it needs to function at its best. And it's debilitated. That would be one of the reasons why it's having difficulty. It's debilitated in the sign of Pisces. And of course this is okay. You know, I often tell people I'm Venus Atmakaraka, and I have Venus falling into Virgo. So, you know, and I kick ass. So just because your Atmakaraka falls into its debilitation sign doesn't mean you can't kick ass. I digress. But it's always good to be aware of when a critical planet like the Atmakaraka is going through something. So Mercury as the Atmakaraka is Buddhi. We call Mercury Buddhi in Sanskrit. And Buddhi, actually the word itself is a function of consciousness inside of everybody, inside of, you know, even when you get into yoga and Patanjali's Yoga Sutras, he talks about the use of the Buddhi as the pure, clear, clean awareness. It's awareness beyond preference. And this is what Mercury is at its best. Mercury in Pisces is a funny thing because Mercury does go by feeling. It's very open to things. But this is how Mercury operates at its best, especially for Mercury Atmakaraka. Mercury Atmakaraka feels by its soul. And it doesn't listen to anybody else. This is the whole story of the Buddha. Now, when Mercury is feeling by its soul, we want it to be exalted in Virgo. By being exact, see, Mercury in Virgo and Mercury in Pisces are very similar in that they are freewheeling. They do explore. They are very playful. They open themselves up to what most people wouldn't. They put their finger in it and play with it themselves. They go and feel to the nth degree of what they got to feel to say that I went there and felt it myself. The difference is that when Mercury is exalted in Virgo, it's also very playful and scientific and discerning with the results. A good Mercury exalted in Virgo is playful with what it wants to do with its energy, and it's also playful but yet exacting with the results. They look without bias at what they've experienced, at what they've calculated. And they fit it to a certain purpose. An exalted Mercury in Virgo can be a very good data-driven person, can be a very good sort of planner. They have a way of being capable of taking large groups of numbers and data and fitting it to a certain purpose. Like if Mercury Atmakaraka is working for a company and it's an exalted Mercury, and the company says, we need to learn what kind of, you're working for McDonald's. We need to learn what kind of oils are going to cook at the best temperature. It's okay if it gives people a little bit of fat, you know. We're not here for health. We're here for the numbers. What's the cheapest oil that's going to cook our fries and we can use them the most times without having to throw them out? Mercury in Virgo, it's going to go beyond all its bias and say, okay, so that's my job. All right. Okay, I'm going to do my job. This is my job. This is the purpose that I'm here at. And so they're going to give the exact numbers. They're going to be completely open and play with it and tell the boss exactly what they see. And then the boss is going to reward that Virgo for having Mercury in Virgo, for being unbiased in their gathering data. Mercury Atmakaraka being in Pisces, Mercury in Pisces is also playful about what it wants to do with itself and with its data, but they can lose a little bit of their boundaries. They kind of are always not sure exactly of who they are and what they're doing and where they're going with their information and their data. It's beautiful in a way because it's still Mercury in the sign of Pisces is Rashi aspecting Virgo and Gemini. So Virgo and Gemini are getting what's called an aspect of their Lord. And that's a nice thing for, that's a Rashi aspect thing. But Mercury, debilitated in its own sign of Pisces, being the Atmakaraka, there's a strength there, but it also shows a little bit of the need to be discerning about boundaries, about when you're connecting with people, especially on a relationship axis of the nodes. We have the nodes in Cancer and Capricorn. We're going to need, for the Rahu and Capricorn person, the Rahu in Capricorn is going to need all the objectivity it can to be able to express that Rahu. So when it comes to Taurus rising, being in relationships, this debilitated Mercury, there's an openness that's going to allow them to experiment and break out of their Cancer protective shell. But when they break out of their Cancer protective shell, they have to be aware when they attract somebody usually who has a Capricorn energy, who's going to help them progress in life. A woman with this energy might be leaning towards, especially in the latter part of their life, trying to integrate Ketu with Rahu. And Rahu in Capricorn is looking to become business savvy. It's not wanting to be too emotional. And the Rahu in Capricorn here needs a discerning Mercury so that the Mercury knows Mercury is in between the soul and the mind. So a good Mercury person knows whenever you're going to be playful with your life direction, because that's what Mercury Atmakaraka does. It tends to be very playful with its life direction. And this playfulness needs to apply itself playfully on the outset and playfully with the results. So there's a lot to say about Mercury Atmakaraka. Now, thankfully, it doesn't have any delight, which is a bummer, but it's not starved by the moon or by any other planet. The moon is the main planet that tends to starve Mercury. Might be a little bit combust, but by my regard, I wouldn't say it's enough to really rock this Mercury. The moon is combust, though, and there's a lot to say there with regards to this Cancer south node. Now, you were born 1973, yeah, so you were born pretty much around 18 years before me. So you have the nodes in the exact same place, which is always fun for me to talk about. So with the south node in Cancer, we're definitely going to want to speak to that. Thankfully, it's pretty well underneath the ascendant, because we know the ascendant is basically somewhere around that area of Capricorn and Aquarius. The moon is with Venus. That Venus is getting rocked pretty hard, and that's going to be difficult for relationship stuff as well. It's going to be a little bit tough on the Rahu. You know, essentially, folks, the planets are split up in the fire-water planets and the earth and air planets. And you'll notice that the nodes, the moon's nodes, are always the most important evolutionary narrative in the soul. Vedic astrology knows it. Evolutionary astrology knows it. Jeffrey Wolf Green talked about it a lot. It is the primary placement of important soul evolution for everybody. The nodes and their narrative are what I always base like a huge chunk of my astrology charts on. Now, I mean, usually when I do a chart reading, I've already studied a person's chart, so I'm not bouncing around too much like I am today. So we got to rock and roll for a cold reading like this. Now, when people come to astrologers, what they're seeking is the most important data. You can look up all this stuff, extra stuff, by yourself online, but what happens to everybody is they want to know, what's the most important data? What is the data that is going to serve me the best, that's going to take me the farthest, that's going to get me out of the shit that I'm in, that I can actually use in my life? As well as what's the most important, what's the most relevant to my soul? So Swap is asking, why do the nodes have so much significance? The moon's nodes, they're a bit of a tricky thing to sort of explain. You know, we could just have a little bit of fun going into Stellarium and explaining what exactly they are. Let's focus in on our moon a little bit here. Our loony moony. So let's get our ecliptic. I'm just going to quickly just do this just for the what the heck. So we can see our ecliptic line. The ecliptic line is the exact line that shows that's where the sun goes around in the sky. Now, sometimes certain planets are going to go north or south of the ecliptic line. The moon is the most famous for it. That's partly why they call the moon Sasha, the rabbit. So, if we have a little bit of fun, we go by, let's go by hours. I wonder if this is going to let me. Here we go. So I'm going to fixate on the moon. So watch how the moon is right now, it's above the ecliptic, right? It's, let's take away our landscape. The moon is above the ecliptic. Now, as we progress in our hours, eventually day by day by day, by day by day by day, the moon is growing. And look at that. This is about 5 days after the birth chart. The moon is now centered on the ecliptic. Now, if we look, really, notice that the sun, you know, unfortunately, this ecliptic doesn't show the signs. But you'll notice Saturn is right here. The moon is right here. Saturn is right here. That means that the moon is just after the sign Saturn is in. Well, you guys can guess what's going on here. Saturn is in Gemini. The moon goes and intersects with the ecliptic right at the sign of Cancer. This worked out. I'm glad I'm able to show this. Right? So that right there, where the moon intersects with the ecliptic, is the sign of Cancer. Now let's go a few more hours. Oops, we got to center back on our moon here. right? Now we're centered on the moon again. Why? Give me a break. Here we go. So let's go a few more hours. We're probably going to go another 5 days ahead, something like that. Now notice that the moon has come underneath the ecliptic again. Right? It's a little about somewhere around here. The moon is square to the nodes. Now as we keep going on, we're going to go basically another 14 days ahead. Now the moon is just in front of Mars and Jupiter, where it connects with the ecliptic again. Well, guess where that's going to be? You guessed it, folks. That is going to be around Capricorn. Right? See how the moon is on the red line again? So now we're going to go a few more days ahead. The moon starts to fall upwards again. Right? So at the time that this person was born, let's go back to the time that this person was born. And we're going to go back to 3 in the morning. We can see the moon is actually pretty far above the ecliptic. It's falling what we would call north of the ecliptic. Right? Am I right on that? Let me just make sure. Right? So the moon is south of the ecliptic would be down, and then north of the ecliptic is up. So that's what we can see here, that the moon is actually north of the ecliptic. So it's far from the ecliptic line. That means it's square to the nodes. And this is actually, typically, it's not such a bad thing. This shows that there's a little bit less tension on what's happening with the sun, Venus, and moon are square to the nodes. Usually when something is closer to the nodes, there's a little bit more tension on it. There's going to be more tension on Mars and Jupiter with regards to Rahu. There's going to be more tension on Saturn with regards to Ketu. Swap. Don't worry about derailing nothing, Swap. You know, I like to do this kind of stuff. So let's see. So I'm glad that I got to kind of talk about the nodes here a little bit. So we have the south node in Cancer and the north node in Capricorn. The nodes are an evolutionary aspect of the feeling. All the planets actually have nodes, except for the sun. The sun is the only planet that doesn't really have a node. But you can look up Pluto's nodes, Mars's nodes, Jupiter's nodes. But the moon's nodes are the only ones that people have always anciently used to describe the evolutionary intent of a soul, of a person. This is just how it's always been since ancient times, especially in the Vedic tradition. The moon's nodes show where the soul is entering and where it is moving towards. The south node, in this case being in Cancer, is where the moon has entered into the ecliptic scape, so to say. And the moon's north node is where the moon is exiting karma in a certain way, because we all have planets. All of our planets are contributing to our karma, but the moon's nodes show how we move through this karma, right? The moon's nodes are showing how we're moving through and evolving through this karma. Awesome. Now, for everybody watching, you can always observe for yourself how the nodes work in an astrology chart, and you will see the continuing narrative of the nodes working in the person's chart. The elements that the nodes are falling into are a key part of the psyche. The cusp that the cusp that the nodes are close to is a key part of the psyche. We know in this chart that even though we don't know the exact degree, We know that the degree is somewhere in between Capricorn and Aquarius, which means for Taurus rising, the North Node is falling close to the first house cusp. That shows that Rahu is falling close to the first house cusp. So Taurus is looking to integrate self and her own gender because the South Node is closer to the 7th house cusp. So Taurus rising is probably always been very stuck on relationships. Don't let me call you out on nothing, Taurus. Feel free to let us know if we're on the right track here. But also feel free not to, because I know you're only typing as much as you need to, and that's what you should be doing. Well, we have K2 close to the 7th house cusp. We have somebody who is stuck on relationships and often stuck on the energy of their opposite gender. And they're looking to integrate gender. So Taurus might be somebody who has, through time, been learning how to dig into her own gender as a woman, into her own female gender, into her own feminine energy. And is probably used to, with Cancer, we get really stuck on essentially needing to be fed what our familiar emotional affection is in order to have the resources we need to go towards Rahu. That's what the K2 is. K2, okay, so you guys ever done a cold plunge before? Cold plunge is where you jump into the hot tub, you warm up your bones, you make sure you're nice and warm, and then you jump into the cold plunge. The cold plunge, you jump in, you go in there for 30 seconds, it's a shock to the nervous system, then you go back in the hot tub. Now you can go back in the hot tub and enjoy the hot tub, warm up your bones a little bit, and then you get ready. Take the warmth from the hot tub, jump back into the cold plunge. It's a shock to the nervous system, but then you can stay in there for 35 seconds. You can stay there for a little longer because you're getting used to the shock on your nervous system. Then you come back into the hot tub. You warm your bones again, come back into the soup. Now what happens to most people is the reason that we jump into the cold plunge and it's so exhilarating is because we've been in the hot tub for too long. You ever been in a hot tub for a long time and it's like, man, it's really kind of getting to me a lot. Some people can be in the hot tub for forever. And that's not necessarily to say that you're always going to be a person stuck on K2. You might be a person who loves the extreme of heat. But in this metaphor, some people get so comfortable in K2, the hot tub, that they never throw themselves into Rahu. But what happens is the unconscious begins to sabotage itself when we are only stuck in K2 for too long. K2, metaphorically speaking, is our comfort zone. This is where the moon's soul entered through the South Node. And the moon is looking in this life. This life is now chemical gift from Ganesha, from God, to allow us to integrate what we've been with what we're desiring to become. This life is always a gift. To take what we are and integrate it with the elements of space. Because the elements of space are infinite. Everybody here is experiencing all the elements. It's a free fall. It's a free for all. But we interact with the 5 elements through the 5 elements that are psychically bonded in our karma. So even though we're all living in the same world, the world has no energetic resonance on its own. Well, sorry, it has no karma on its own. The world's actually perfect. It's our karma that has an energetic memory resonance with the interactions of the world that we experience. So as some people are on this world and having a really hard time, Some people are on this world having a really good time. It has to do with our individual energetic resonance and genetic memory and karma and soul. The 5 elements are perfect. Mwah. Mother, divine nature, Adi Shakti. Aho. The 5 elements, earth, creation, are exactly what they're supposed to be. They are our meeting of our karma with the reflection of the world, of 666, of karma. So the moon's nodes are the way that we karmically have memory stuck in the south node. That's our hot tub. We love the hot tub. That's why the cold plunge is so difficult. That's also why the cold plunge is so exhilarating. That is Rahu. That is the parts of our soul that we have not integrated yet. Now, of course, there's a lot of ways that we can look at this. Even Pluto has its own hot tub, cold plunge situation going on. But the moon's nodes are the main one. The moon's nodes are the most powerful karmic evolutionary exchange that can happen in our lives. It's a great little metaphor. I've been stewing on it. I like the way I just put it there. So for our friend Taurus rising, Ketu in Cancer is the hot tub. So there's lots that can be said here. You know, I've got my nodes in Cancer and Ketu in Cancer and Capricorn as well. So when we look at Rahu along the Capricorn and Cancer axis, I often like to read this. Eventually I'm going to be doing episodes on Rahu and Ketu. Ketu in Cancer indicates, so this comes from Pratyush Bhattacharya. He's a student of Ernst Wilhelm. Ketu in Cancer indicates that this person learnt to explicitly express their emotional needs and live following their hearts, right? That's Ketu in Cancer. They were given ample emotional freedom to choose and pursue whatever their hearts desired when they were young, without too much restriction or fear of consequences. Now, we know that this person has trouble with the moon, which means it might be likely that, you know, that's worth us even discovering how much trouble exactly is going on with this moon. It's definitely combusted by the sun, and it's starving Venus. It's not starved by Venus, but it is starving Venus. It's not too bad, though. The Chesta is not great. The Iona is not great. The Digbala is not great, but it's got an insane amount of Sthana Bala. Holy. So the moon is the highest in Sthana Bala, although if we change the birth time, I just want to check to make sure that that's still a thing. If you're an Aquarius, right? Yeah. So no matter what, you've still got lots of moon Sthana Bala. So the moon is in some ways a very... Taurus rising is somebody who has the moon in her expression. When you have a high Sthana Bala for a planet, you know, I often tell people, Saturn, I have Saturn Sthana Bala coming out my ears. That's partly why I'm so hard, so logical and pragmatic. Even though I also have Cancer, you know, this is interesting because you have Cancer, South Node, and you have the North Node in Capricorn and the South Node in Cancer. So this Cancer energy of the moon is a very prevalent energy for you. It's very loud in your experience. So emotions are, not only are you a very emotional person because the moon is placed in a way that it would be loud in your experience, in your Shadbala, but the moon is also your South Node. So at some point, we're definitely going to have to talk about what's going on with Saturn here, too. Thank God that Mercury is kind of in an angle that's... Oh, so Saturn's really being delighted by Mercury because it's in Gemini, too. Saturn's delighted there, but it's got some stuff going on. Now, the moon being combusted by the sun, right. So we can't really see it in the Lajatadi Avashtas, but the sun is agitating this moon, and we could... it's a tough sun with 500 points. So that's going to put a real ding on this moon. Yeah. It's nice that it's square the nodes, but we got Chiron here with the moon and Venus both being combusted by the sun. And the moon is involved in a starvation of Venus. Now, that technically doesn't hurt the moon per se, but the moon is going to be involved with that starvation of Venus. So there's some nitty-gritty happening here. What might have happened, so the moon is our planet that is strongest in operation from age 0 to age 1. Yeah, Chiron's going on in that Aries area for sure. So I'm gonna look at your question in just a moment, Kate. From age 0 to 1 is the dominance of the moon. Then from age 1 to 3 is the age of Mars, the terrible twos, where we get into territory and these kinds of things. Both of these might have had an interesting thing going on because the moon, whatever karma is going on with the moon, might have carried into the age of Mars because moon, Venus, and sun are all operating through Aries. And that is ruled by Mars. But at age 0 to 1, with the moon agitated by the sun and Venus really harmed by the sun and the moon here, Venus being harmed by the sun and the moon here, it kind of shows, especially for a woman, that some very deep pattern might have been put into place when you were very, very young that would give you a little bit of difficulty in asking for your needs and asking what you want. It's possible that from age 0 to 1, you might have felt that, you know, whether it was there or whether it was just an unconscious thing, you know, the feeling of getting your mother's breast or the feeling of getting milk and nurturing from your mother and from your parents might have given you the experience of not being able to ask what you want. You might have been a baby who had a hard time crying, or you cried all the time. If you cry all the time, it's hard for a mother to know when is the right time to feed you, you know, because a healthy baby, they're happy when they're just rocking around. Sometimes the cry is whatever, but usually a healthy baby walks around, does its thing, and it cries when it needs something. It cries when it's cold. It cries when it needs food. And so the parent comes, checks the baby out, gives the baby the breast. Oh, okay, is this what she wants? Okay, no, she's not quite there. Maybe I just need to warm her up. I'm going to put her into a little blanket, and I'm just going to hold her and rock her like this, and the baby drifts and gets better. And these are all important interactions that happen to us so that when we get older, we know when we need something. If I'm cold, I'm going to warm myself up. If I'm hungry, I'm going to eat. And I'm going to put myself on a regular eating regimen so that my body has the nutrients that it needs. I need the emotional nutrients that I need. And if we have a good moon, it's going to be natural for us to know what we need at that very early age and to not feel like we're going to be abandoned or like we're not going to lack that thing. So your mom was mostly deaf and you were a little bit sick as a child. You know, it's interesting, if your mom was deaf, there might have been some situation here where either your mother couldn't hear you crying, which means she was probably checking in on you on a mechanical way. She would probably go and, you know, if you were crying, your mother might not hear it. She's off doing her things. Haven't chucked the baby in a half an hour. And she goes and actually has to look at your face. Okay. Nope. She's not crying. And then she goes away for another half an hour. You might have cried in those 20 minutes for 25 minutes, just cried to yourself and needed something. And then it goes away. And then in a half an hour, your mom checks and looks at you again. No, she's not crying. Okay, she's good. Meanwhile, you had a cry in that moment. These are the kind of things that can happen to a child at that very early age through the moon that you just don't catch when you have a volatile placement of a moon. So your mom was mentally disturbed and your dad was not around. And that would definitely affect what was going on with your mom there. So there's a lot to say here, and there's a lot that usually in an astrology session I would be asking about. I would have already asked a lot of this beforehand. So there are implications here maybe that your mother might have lived viscerally through her children because your father wasn't around. If you do feel like it, it's pretty deep shit that we're getting into here. Sometimes if the father's not around because he chose not to be around, the mother feels abandoned. And so the mother can psychically transmit that to the kid. So the mother could either, you're the only child, and she did live vicariously through you. Thank you, Taurus Rising. This is deep stuff, and I appreciate you being a good sport and talking about it with us here. So the mother is probably then, your mom was adopted. So, adoption happens all the time. For your mother to be displaying these behaviors and qualities, what I'm kind of psychically pulling out of this is that your mother had her own parental abandonment feelings. She was in a Catholic orphanage, so she would have gotten with your father, probably was a little bit needy with him, overly needy perhaps, to the point where the father either thought it was too much or for whatever happened there. The mother is definitely an energy here that would have needed her own healing, and dad did not stick around for whatever reason to be a part of that healing. So the mother is transmitting a lot of this energy. If dad wasn't around, mom was the single parent, transmitting a lot of this psychic energy into the child. Her adoptive mom was abusive. Her 5 other siblings all adopted separate. So there's a lot there that you are bound to have picked up from age 0 to 1 when we're at our most psychically spongy and vulnerable, especially if she was partly deaf. She would have been trying probably very hard to take care of the child, and she was deaf, which means you have a woman who's trying desperately to give you what your needs are, probably suffocating you in some ways, causing you to have that same neediness, and also not being there for you at the right moments because she was deaf. I'm going to get to you, Katie. We're just in really thick right now with this moon issue thing. Now, of course, these are all moon things that can be difficult for anybody to go through, but this would be especially difficult for someone with Cancer South Node. Cancer South Node leans on the moon. It really, for the first 36 years of your life, it would have been important for you to operate through and learn and integrate all the things related to the moon. Now, up to age 36, I'm only 33, up to age 36, we are doing the best we can with our nodes. But before 36, we haven't integrated the cold plunge yet. We've been stuck in the hot tub and we think it's our only reality. We're like a goldfish in a fishbowl. Then at 36 years old, Saturn matures. Rahu comes through the maturation of Saturn. Rahu it turns on at age 36. And that's when the hand of Rahu and Saturn takes the fish out of the fishbowl and shows it around the world outside the fishbowl. We go, oh, there's a world outside of my K2 fortress. There's a world outside of my castle. Then it plunks us back in. Of course, we have to learn to integrate the castle with the dark jungle unknown. That's why Ganesha is so important, is Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha, as my friend Gogo Pogo, God bless you. Gogo, you were either reading my mind or you're just paying attention in the right way. But we need to integrate the nodes. We need to integrate what's happening with this Cancer South node with the Capricorn North node. And from up to age 36, there's a huge emphasis of Ketu for all of us. In this case, this is a person who would have probably been isolated emotionally, feeling like it's hard to be nurtured. Now, because Ketu is close to the 7th house cusp, there's probably a real emphasis on desiring and never fully getting the feeling of being integrated with partners, with men. And there's an important part of you that needs to integrate yourself in your own nature. Taurus. Because Ketu is in the 7th house, I'm going to look at your comment in just a minute, as well as Kate's comment. The South Node is in the 7th house, and you're probably very stuck on the feeling, I'm never going to be solid. I'm never going to be at peace in myself. I need a partner. I need other people. I need men to give me what my mother never could, what my father never did. And that's going to be an abyss that never actually satisfies you. What you need to do first is learn to integrate yourself. This is true for everybody, but especially true for someone with the North Node close to the 1st house. You need to integrate your own feminine energy. Be a woman. Learn to be a woman before you learn to be, learn to be happy as a woman. That's the only way that you're not going to get used and abused by men. That's the only way that your emotional addiction to feeling like you get the shadow of a little bit of what you never had in your childhood, with this moon energy the way it is, men in your life through the 7th house, or partners in general. You could be somebody who's not necessarily just a straight woman. Partners in general, feel free to let us know that, Taurus rising. You're some incredulous relationships with men. You're now 100% free from all caregiver duties, finally. Okay, so I'm going to look at that, and you're straight. Thank you, Taurus. So it's going to be very important for you to integrate yourself through Rahu, because what's honestly probably going to happen for a chart like this, when you're about 36, Rahu came online, you were stuck in the hot tub for so long that you said, okay, fuck this hot tub shit. Fuck me trying to stick to men, trying to find relationships. I'm going to start working on myself. I'm going to start to neglect men, neglect attention, and find my happiness my own way. And so you dunked into the cold plunge of Rahu at that time, probably came into more Capricorn energy of trying to be a material-driven person, trying to have your own job, trying to advance yourself, build on your own value. And at this time, you probably would have been addicted at this point to recognizing that the hot tub of emotional affection that you were used to operating on is just a lonely, abysmal, emotional bubble that only brings you downhill. So up to about age 43. 43 is when Rahu matures. From 40 to 43, we're in the midlife crisis. This would be a time and an age where you would have really been developing on Capricorn, on being Saturnian, on being strong. Saturn is okay in this chart, thankfully. So, and it's in the 6th house. It's delighted by Gemini. Thankfully, Saturn's a bit of a saving grace here. You would have probably learned how to be happy in your own way. Over time, you would have wanted to take that happiness. And now, 5 years later from there is when you're 48 years old. So that would have been about 3 or 4 years ago. 48 years old, K2 matures. And now you come back to being in relationships with people, but appreciating it because you've learned about yourself through the North Node in close to your rising sign in Capricorn. Now at 48, you would have been coming to master relationships a little bit more. Now it's very possible you've been in relationships all throughout, and K2 has always been a tricky, fickle bitch. Honestly, K2 is the real lesson in our lives. It's really what we're looking to evolve through and come into a full awareness of. And with that difficult moon in your chart, this is always going to be, if we look at it positively, an opportunity for you to integrate what your soul psychic energy came into this life. The moon is always going to be a painful thing that never feels like it's what you idealized it to be. It's never what you hoped it would be. It's never going to be your father. It's never going to be the dad you never had. It's never going to be the mom you never had. Partners are never going to supply that to you. But you have this very much relationship-oriented axis where relationships are going to be a playground through which you can work out this psychic energy that you're supposed to involve yourself with. But it needs to begin within. It needs to begin through self-healing. That way, when you go and do have relationships with men, it's going to come from healing that you've recognized inside yourself. The moon is a very important planet for you, and working through that is going to be very necessary stuff for you. So you are self-employed. You've owned your business for almost 30 years. That's good for that Capricorn energy. So let's look back a little bit here. So I'm going to have to do this way. Can you guys see my keys here? Good. So I went on a spiel there, so I got to dig some stuff up. So your mom's real father had to give up the kids after her real mom died. Very, very poor. Mom was the baby of the 6 kids. So now you're aware of what she had when she was young. You're recalling the parts of yourself you need back from your mother. Beautiful, Tanis. With something that your mother never had herself. Your mother probably never felt like she was a woman with strength in herself. And as you've already noted, the things that your mother lacked inside of herself, which probably made men not feel comfortable with your mother, are the same things that make men not feel comfortable with you, which is that a man wants a competent, confident woman who's happy with herself, who feels confident with herself. It's a very difficult thing to do because women are the one person who feels most comfortable in relationship. Men feel comfortable by themselves. That's why they need relationships. Women feel comfortable in relationships. That's why they need themselves. It's ironic that when women come into peace with themselves, that's when they attract men. And so it's important for all women, but especially for someone like Taurus rising with the Rahu close to the first house in a earth sign to integrate what your mother never felt comfortable with and had as a woman. So see what you as a woman, to see what womankind needs in herself in order to be valuable to a man is to be competent, to have goddess energy, that juicy, wonderful energy that we all love in a strong, grounded, competent woman. And part of this involves, for all women, for all of us, it's Saturn. It's being able to express grief, being able to be real about your grief, and being able to not hide from it and not dance around it with a man. Men need women who are not going to fuck around with being honest about the grief that they need to express. It's much better for me as a man if I'm going out with a girl for 6 months and she never cracks. Every time she's around me, she's picture perfect. She smiles all the time. Haha, no problem, honey. I've got that for you. No big deal. No cracks. I know in a few months when she does crack, it's going to be a surprise for me. It's going to be a big shock for her, and it could rock our whole relationship because she hasn't just been real about little things that bother her, that frustrate her along the way. Men need a woman who's just going to be fucking real and raw. I'm having a pissy day today. This thing happened to me, and it's fucking rocking me, god damn it. And the men are like, okay, all right, good. She's getting it out now. She's not bottling it up. It's not going to rock us down the road. We need that. And you need to have the confidence and confidence to know that you are a goddess that your man loves, so that when you show these little cracks that we all had, fucking ask a man if he has any fucking cracks. We all get them. And we all need to be real about them with our partner. Express it. This is what Saturn does. Saturn is the planet of grief that expresses grief. It gets it out of the way. Better out than in. So then you're not holding on to the grief. Then you're clearing it. And then you can better deal with it. Then it's not in your system. So it's important for Taurus rising to integrate the goodness of womankind and goddess energy in her mother, in the feminine, because she's a woman and she's got the North Node on the first house. The North Node in the first house needs to integrate its own gender because it's stuck on trying to learn men through men without ever knowing what you are as a woman. Because Ketu, the past life energy, is on the 7th house cusp. So you need to integrate your own wounded feminine. And by doing so, you'll come into the competence of using your Mercury in a strong way with your boundaries and finding out for yourself that you can say when you're frustrated with a man, when he leaves his crumbs on the counter, he says, okay, honey, I got to go work. I love you. I've just left you a little mess there. And you look and he's got all his fucking shit. He didn't clean up the bed. You know, he didn't flush the toilet. He left the toilet seat open. He's got crumbs all over the counter because he buttered his toast and just went like this and just left it for you. And you're left to deal with all his shit. With a Mercury like yours, with your Saturn's actually okay. So I don't fear for your Saturn too much in this chart. But with that Mercury, you've got to be able to say at some point, if not right then in the moment, then at some point when he gets home. But of course, all women and all men have this problem. Men get home and they're tired and they don't want to hear the woman. Well, you're waking up and you're tired and you don't want to deal with his fucking crumbs. So somewhere along the line, you got to be fair about the tension that is building up both ways in the relationship. That's a Mercury thing. But what's most important is you learning to integrate your gender as a woman, your energy, your confidence, your competence with the men in your life so that you're not addicted to the relationship energy. And that's going to come from within first. But for you, don't be afraid to let relationships be a part of you mastering what you've learned within. The material world is here for us to master what we realize inside of our souls. Now, every time I go on a spiel, we have a lot to pick up on. So you are recalling the parts of yourself you need back from your mother. You've been in some incredible relationships with men. You're free of all caregiver duties now, which is nice. So you've been self-employed in your own business for almost 30 years. One man was able to get through your shield and we were almost married. He was murdered. Plenty of time alone between relationships. Then a younger man for 7 years helped with your needs until it just didn't. Finally free from him just in the last months. Okay, it sounds like that's a good thing. Thrilled to be moving in crony, reclaiming. Your mom is in hospice. You're seeing that part of her journey now. Amazing. So it's amazing that you are being able to work with your mother. I almost feel I don't know if we've ever done a chart reading already, but if we have, it's okay. Because every time we do this, we're doing astrology. It's good for you to be working with your mother while she's in hospice care. Because Cancer, north-south node, with that moon, with all that difficult energy, so you've been her caretaker ever since she tried to commit suicide in 2003. Now this is perfect because your mother represents the anchor to your south node energy. It's true for everybody with south node in Cancer, but it's also true for you having all this combustive starvation, Venus being starved by the moon being combusted by the sun, all these energies that are happening for you. It's perfect that you get to serve your mother in this way. Now, of course, you have to make sure that you maintain your boundaries. It's a joy for your soul to have the opportunity to care for your mother and to work out this energy with her. it's also very important for you to recognize that you still have your own life to live. And you can find a balance here. But God bless you for doing that for your mother. You know, I feel you very deeply. There's a lot that you're really saying here, Taurus rising. You know, everybody, when my mother gets old, I'm going to be, of course, having to do, you know, I'm going to have to take care of her as well. Everybody has to do it. She's verbally and emotionally abusive, shamed you for having relationships with men or even a group of friends. It's been a battle your entire life. Now, at this point, it's good for you to recognize that you know, it's good to work with forgiving your mother here, because your mother is just operating on her own mechanical, unconscious energy. But she's still your mother energy. She's still your moon energy. She's still your fourth house energy. And so it's good to be as neutral spiritually to that energy as you can, knowing that it's an opportunity for you to do some cleanup of your south node energy. There is going to come a point where what you're doing with your mother's energy will no longer be in your life. And then you're going to have to find another way to do the Cancer nurturing, helping energy that you do. And it's good for you to have ways outside of just your mother to find harmony and balance with this desire to need and be needed. But I would say it's a blessing, if you look at it the right way, that you are already on track with helping your mother in this way. But you have to make sure that if she is energetically, emotionally abusive to you now, that you don't take it personally, that you have ways of honoring your energetic boundary. This is tricky because you got the South Node in Cancer, and it's kind of trine to your Atmakarika Mercury that is debilitated in Pisces, which means this past life energy could be really sucking on that Mercury debilitated energy. Mercury, as your Atmakarika, is your soul, your direction in life. So I do applaud you for what you're doing with your mother. But, you know, this is a perfect example of somebody who would be probably well served to make sure that you've gone to some kind of therapist, somebody who can give you energetic vocalizing techniques where, you know, you could say, for example, if you're talking to your mother and she's, oh, you're going to go and hang out with some of those men again or something. And, you know, you've always been a whore or something like that. You've got to learn not to take it personally, because she's just a woman who's degenerating into her dementia, and use your voice. You know, your mother's in a spot where if you're honest with her now and you say, Mother, you know, it's not helpful for you to call me these things. Come on, Mother, let's talk about something else. Do it in a gentle way that just gets her out of just, you know, don't just sit there and let your mother abuse you and for you to take it personally and for that to be your soul. You know, you got to find a balance here. And part of the way you have to do it is perhaps going to a therapist and learning ways where you can communicate, use your voice to kind of protect and cut through what your mother might be giving you when you're sitting with her in the hospital bed and she's just reverberating her bitterness and difficulty upon you. Use your Mercury and don't let it be permeated psychically by this sort of feeling that you're bound to this, that your soul deserves to just be dragged along by this old woman who's bitter in this way. Fighting off the dying. Let's see. Your father, just generation-wise, see it that since I didn't marry or have children, my job is to care for my mom. I didn't marry rich and beauty fades, so this is my lot in life. His sister was the only girl of 4 boys. She also never married, so the boys dumped the dying mom on your aunt. So you're fighting off this patriarchy evil. Yes. So you don't have any siblings, Taunus. So if you had siblings, it would be a little bit easier for your other siblings to share the load with you. Taunus is basically saying that your father had 4 siblings, and one of your father's siblings was a sister. So your aunt, of all those 4 boys, because she didn't have a lover or a husband or kids or whatever, she got hit with taking care of the old folks, while all the boys got away with not having to do it. Now your father has transmitted that to probably your mother and to you as well. And it's, again, good to be aware. So you have been in therapy for years. Your profession was in the realm of physical and emotional healing. Well, that's good as long as you are doing your own therapy and moving through. And it sounds like you are. Thankfully you've got a Saturn that can really pick up a lot of the pieces here. This is a strong emotional current in this lifetime to have to deal with. The moon, situated the way it is tough, but you've got a Saturn, at least, that has the capacity, being close to the 7th house. It's very close to that K2, which shows at some level that there's availability for a kind of mastery of getting something really done with and easy with, especially earlier in your life. Saturn being that close to K2, you've probably always been learning how to have this self-healing. But it's also good to allow others to be a part of your experience. To allow, let's see, so Saturn is close to the 7th house where the South Node is. And Saturn being close to the 7th house shows that you've probably used psychology and other people to help you move through this emotional energy. Saturn likes being close to the 7th house, so that's a good thing. Your mom was wife number 2, so he's now with number 5. So there is definitely a lot that Saturn is going to be helping you with this in this chart. In terms of everything going on, even career is going to be important for you with Uranus and Pluto up here in Libra, opposite to all this stuff. But you've got a huge part of the energy field here is just dealing with what's going on in this 4th house, bottom of the chart, feminine gender dynamics with that Venus being involved, and with the nodes so close to the 1st and 7th house axis. And it seems to me you're using the strengths at your disposal to work through the stuff that's going on with you. And I'm very glad to hear that. Saturn is going to be a very key part of just being strong, having a life outside of your emotional difficulties, having a solid job, having a solid, a career, and especially Saturn is ruling this North Node. So you've got your own business, you've been self-employed, and a lot of this energy that you put into your business, as well as having relationships that are just happy for their own sake, is going to be a way for you to take your mind out of these emotional things, so that's not where all your energetic eggs are just in that tough emotional basket, because you got a lot there, and it's worth recognizing. So I'm glad to hear that you're okay with what's happening for you, Taunus. I feel like we have done this chart before. So you have a lot of self-realization already. You've done a lot of healing work for others as your career. Now your body's not able to. It's time for you to be done. You've had to stop working a few years ago, went broke, traveled, became homeless. So you're in a state now where you have been you've got to let yourself heal from this energy. You've got to let yourself come into healing from all of the body energy that has been happening. This is a real ass reading that we're doing today. Now, I'd like to mention at this point that you've been in the moon Mahadasha since the beginning of 2024. You're also going through your Chiron return, as you've said. But going through at the beginning of 2024, you've been going through the moon's Mahadasha. And the moon's Mahadasha is not going to end until 2034, which is 10 years. So you still have emotional work to do here. According to these Mahadashas. This is as usual. What I like to do on my channel is I like to be real with what I see happening. You've already been going through a lot. And really, when the moon's Mahadasha happens, it's kind of like Saturn going over the moon, which, by the way, you've also got happening right now. So let's call this one of the pins that we have to move towards in this reading. There's two things happening with you that is going to be a lot for what you've already gone through a lot of. But the good news is that this is probably going to be the final flush. Number one, Saturn is really going through the bottom of your chart. That shows internal, emotional healing work. You know, especially Saturn's been going over Mercury. By the way, next year, the North Node is going to go from Aries to Pisces, which means there's going to be eclipses in Pisces. They're going to be working you to the fucking bone with your Mercury, with your boundaries. I've been saying that your mother, what you've got going on with her is a gift. She's in hospice. You really got to listen to your heart here. You've got to listen to the buddhi. And you've really got to feel if what you've been doing with your mother is just an unconscious drain from your father, the patriarchal thing that you've mentioned. I wouldn't abandon your mother completely, but now at this point in the reading, with all this stuff piling up of you needing to do what's good for you, learning your boundaries right now, I'm starting to think that a part of my brain needs to tell you that you could very easily be overtaken by this mother issue, by dealing with other people's shit and not allowing yourself to integrate your own. Cancer being around that 7th house cusp and being where the South Node is, there's a necessity here with this moon Mahadasha energy and Saturn coming up to the moon and the North Node eclipses happening in Pisces where your Mercury is in the coming bit, next year essentially. There's a lot of inclinations of you needing to learn your boundaries. Mastering money for yourself, learning what to do with your own financial wellness, because of course, that Saturn is leaning on Mercury. Saturn is in Gemini. Gemini is the 6th house of Capricorn. It is the 5th house of Aquarius. So in any case, whether you're Aquarius or you're Capricorn, Mercury is going to play an important part of you. I see you being Capricorn, but I'm not going to go there. I think if you want to do deeper astrology, a birth rectification would still be useful for you, but I digress. Mercury having the eclipses happen next year is going to really rock this boundary theme. And your Mercury as a totality needs to do what the Buddha did. Siddhartha Gautama, he was 6 years old and he was walking around the castle garden and he looked over the castle walls. His parents always told the Buddha, don't get too curious. You're going to be a king. We've got your life cut out for you. So don't try and think too hard outside the box. But the Buddha got curious, walked to the castle walls, and he said to his servant, you know what? I want to go over those castle walls. The servant was like, oh, Buddha, I don't know if you should do that. Your parents said we shouldn't do that. But the Buddha, because he was of pure Mercury essence, said, whatever social programs are going on for me, I know my soul knows what's best for it, and I'm going to explore it before I die, because he actually didn't know about death. But then he went outside the castle walls, and he learned about a sick man and a dying man. And he said to his servant, dying, what does that mean? The servant says, well, we're all not here forever, and we lose our youth. The Buddha was like, what the fuck? I didn't know that shit. So then he saw a dying man and a dead man at the end. The dead man gets thrown in the funeral pyre. Because of this, he realizes that I am going to die someday. which means what is important to my soul is something that I don't want to be able to look back when I'm 60 or 70 and look back and say, oh, I was victimized because this happened. I was victimized because this happened. Oh, well, this person came into my life and I couldn't say no. This thing happened to me in my life and I had to say yes. There was no getting around it, and I felt for the person. I felt empathy. And I don't want to be able to look back and say that that was the reason. I could have said no. I could have said yes to what I wanted to say yes to. I could have said no to what didn't feel deeply in my soul to be right for me. The Buddha was always curious. And now Mercury being your Atmakaraka, this shows that you could have a whole identity crisis happening while Saturn has been in Pisces the last 2 years. It's going to be going into Aries soon where your moon is. So you, not only is Saturn moving through your Mercury, it's been rocking your whole identity because that Mercury is in Pisces, but also the eclipses next year are going to fuck with that Pisces and that Mercury as well. And when I say fuck with it, I mean make you really feel what you've been doing with your life. It's good for you not to see it as a crisis, but I do want to say, Taurus rising, that the same word in Chinese for crisis, they use the same word when they are speaking about opportunity. When we, in English, if somebody drops if something, an emergency happens or a crisis happens, we say, oh, this is a crisis, not an opportunity, because those are two different things. But in Chinese, it's the same word. So they don't think of a crisis and opportunity as two different things. A crisis means it's an opportunity for change. It's a necessary thing happening. There really is no difference. So this change that's happening in your life is probably happening for a reason, Taurus rising. You've still got emotional moon karma work to go through. But in my opinion, because what you've said here, Taurus, God bless your heart. So you said you're finally free. You'll be present for your mom on your best boundaries wise. And I'm glad to hear that. Okay, so you need guidance about your living because Gypsy is tired. And I see that. You mentioned that it's time for you to be done. You've been working a few years ago. You went broke. You traveled. You've become homeless. You need guidance about your living situation. I'm going to do my best to be where I can on that. I'm not a typical therapist, right? I'm literally finally free. You'll be present for your mom and your best boundaries. So I'm glad to hear all this. Now, my point is that a lot of shit is happening to you. You went through your K2 maturation, K2 in Cancer, which is probably causing a lot of this stuff going on with this moon energy happening here. So a lot of this stuff happening with the moon, it's going to be important for you. The one thing that you've never learned is how to trust that your needs are actually in service to the cosmos. And that when you are the cosmos. And when you listen to your needs and your values and what you need that's good for yourself, the cosmos says, oh, thank you, finally. It's like that old story. There's a story of baby Krishna. It's a good story for this, but I can't say it for too long. Baby Krishna is crying and he wants some cheese. And so the caretakers of Krishna, they say, oh, Krishna needs some cheese. So they need to cross the river in order to get some cheese. But when they're crossing the river, there's a man, and he's the man who owns the boat. And they say to the man, our Lord and Savior, baby Krishna needs some cheese. And the man at the boat says, well, that's well and good, but I also need to get my needs met. And they're like, are you telling us that you're going to charge us? And he says, well, how about this? We'll go over, I'll help you cross the river. And when you get the cheese, I'll take some of the cheese, little tax. And then you can give the rest to Krishna. They're like, how could you be so selfish? He's like, They're like, all right, fine. They cross the river with the man's help. They get the cheese from the town. Then they cross the river again. They give the man a huge chunk of that cheese. Then when they come to Krishna, they say, "Hey, baby Krishna, we have some cheese for you." And little Krishna's belly appeared to be full. "No, it's okay. I don't need any cheese right now." They said, "But don't you need the cheese? You said you were hungry." And Krishna says, "No, it's okay. That man at the river fed me." Because everybody is Krishna. In this case, with the moon, you need to figure out for yourself how to ask for those needs. Just like the man at the river did. Because that's Krishna. That's the cosmos. You need to figure out what your needs are. And because the moon relates to cheese, it relates to Krishna. The deity of the moon is Krishna. Your soul. Your absolute bottom line needs that you need to be a functional, stable human being on this planet. For whatever reason, if you have not been doing that, because other things through your debilitated Mercury have caused you to have boundaries that take you out of your most basic needs in this life, whatever those are, you need to listen to them, think about them, and ask for them. Take up your space and grab for them. Whatever that is that you need to do. Whatever friends that you need to use along the way, whatever help you need to ask through in this desperate situation of yours, if you are in that situation, you're allowed to ask for help because the universe wants you to be at your best, to ask for help. Just like the man across the river. The Krishna would have never gotten that cheese if everyone along the way didn't be real and ask for what they need in order to get their needs met. Now, during this time of Sadisati, when you are going through, the Saturn is in Pisces right now. It is the time where Saturn is behind the moon. The moon is, Saturn's going to go over the moon from 2026 to 2028, then from 2028 to 2032, really. 2032 is when it enters Gemini. So really for the next, you're really just starting this Sadisati thing. Not just starting it. You've already been going through it. It's going to peak from 2026 to 2028. That's going to be, it's already in the peaking area. So you're probably already feeling this. The good news is that there's a light at the end of this tunnel. The worst of this is happening while you are also in the moon Mahadasha. Right? There's a lot of things converging for you at once, my dear. Is this going to let me... Options, yogas, transits... No, it's not going to let me. Okay. So while you're in the moon Mahadasha, Saturn is transiting over your moon doing Sadisati. And right now, the nodes have been, all this year, this is probably a huge part of what you've been experiencing, is that there's been, in 2023, there was a south node eclipse in Libra. Yeah, and you got Pluto up there, opposite. So 2023, in October, there was a south node eclipse in Libra. Then in April of 2024, there was a north node eclipse in Aries, where your moon is. South node eclipse just this past October in 2024, again in Libra, right around where your Pluto is. And then the next one is going to be in March. It's probably going to be around Pisces, still within 10 degrees of your moon. That's around the time Saturn is creeping up there. So there's a crazy, one more Aries eclipse to go. There's a crazy amount of shit's hitting you all at once here. But Tanis, the reason it's happening, any craziness that's happening here is teaching you how to be Krishna, how to be that man who demanded what he needed in order to survive, in order to do his job. We cannot get the cheese to Krishna if we do not take care of ourselves, because we are Krishna. We are the cosmos. Now, I know I've been hitting this over the head, but this is what we really need to say here. When Saturn comes over the moon, remember, Saturn's the boss. So, Saturn is like, Saturn is like the boss. So we're a bunch of mechanics hanging around. Let's say your moon is like these mechanics. They're hanging around and they're talking to hey Tommy, how's your wife and kids? Instead of working, they're shooting the shit. They're getting lazy about that thing because Saturn hasn't come around and kicked its ass for a while. Then as soon as Saturn comes around, the boss is here. Oh, hey, boss, we've just been busy. We're busy wiping these fenders here. Don't worry, we're staying busy. We've been putting in some bolts. And the boss goes, okay, shut up, everybody. Show me the work you've done. Show me what you've been doing while I was gone. This is what Saturn does whenever it comes around to any planet. Show me the work shut up. Show me the work that you've done. And that's me being very Leo rising right now, but this is how Saturn operates. Now, if you have been working on your moon, if you have been working on whatever Saturn is transiting, the boss is going to reward you. If not, he's going to force you to get in line with your own nature, with your actual limits of what you can take, with what you actually need for yourself. Because we all have, through Saturn, a narrow, perfect reality of how much we can take without breaking down, and how much we need to do in order to be at our best. When Saturn comes around, it kicks our asses until we get in alignment with our nature that is trying to speak to us. So when Saturn is coming around to the point where the moon is, this is the time where you haven't dealt with the moon for a while. And now is the time to come into it, to come back into your truth, to come back into alignment with it. So it's a good thing. You seem like you are on the right track and you get where I'm at with this stuff. Good. Bless you, Taurus Rising. I know you said you hurt your hand, and thank you for giving us feedback on your experience that you've been going through. Now, we've been going at this for a while. If I was doing a reading with anybody, this would be the huge fucking part of the reading, right? Now, as you're in your sun period right now, you're in the moon Mahadasha, but from 50 to 70 is the age of the sun. You have the sun in Aries. It's getting dinged by Venus. It's at the bottom of the chart, but at least it's getting a bit of delight from the moon. The sun in your chart does have some pretty good, huge aspect from the moon, huge aspect from that crazy strong Mars, and it's got a bit of Jupiter in there. So the sun is not lacking in your chart. And the sun either rules the 8th or the 7th house, depending on if you're Capricorn or Aquarius. So during the sun period, that's at least one aspect of this. Even the moon Mahadasha is operating on its delight of the sun. The sun being exalted in Aries is a real saving grace in this chart. At this period in your life, while all this craziness is happening, the sun is baking it and moving, helping you to get to where you need to be. So there is some positive luck in that regard. The moon is in Sagittarius, Mercury's in Sagittarius Swamsha. We could have talked about that more, but we were pulled into other things. So be strong. There's a lot that could be said here. And at best, what I can do as an astrologer is tell you that there is a light at the end of the tunnel. Right now, you've got a lot going on in one space. And I want you to know that it is going to get easier for you, but the reason this is happening to you is because all of these things are piling at once, is because there's something about yourself that you are looking to still crack through. So use the love of the people around you to the best you can at your disposal. Geographical relocation might be, while Saturn's at the bottom of your chart and the nodes and eclipses are happening there at the bottom of the chart around the moon, might be something useful for you to do. Oh, thank you, Taurus, honey. Taurus, my dear, I am going to put up my donation link, but I want you to know that you have already done so much for my channel. You've been a huge part of everything that I've done on astrology for a while. I really don't want you to feel obliged. I am going to put my PayPal link because I try to do it at the end of everything anyway. But Taurus, my dear, let's give a big hand for Taurus Rising. you've done, you do a lot for us by coming on here and just being a part of these. For now, I want you to be Krishna. Don't worry about me. Be that man who was Krishna, who asked for his own needs, because you deserve it, darling. I can see that you're going through a lot, and I really appreciate you coming on here and sharing your energy with us. It's very special to us. You deserve to have space held for you. It's one of the blessings of my thing that I'm doing here on YouTube, that I get to share time with somebody like you who has gone through so much, who has served so much for everybody else, and who deserves to have service happen to you. Follow your mantra, sing your song, live from your heart. And thank you so much for being with us today and being a part of this. I've got a good feeling for you. You know, be patient with yourself as you go through the intensity of this period, because I think that there is a light at the end of the tunnel for you, but it has to start from self-love, self-awareness, and listening to what your needs are, not only through yourself, but also inviting yourself to receive what your needs are through other people by asking for help. I think that's a very important part of what I see happening in this chart. The K2 in the 7th house area would be difficult to ask for help for yourself. So don't be afraid to. For everybody watching, I've put my PayPal link on here. If you feel like donating, as usual, even just hanging out with us and supporting someone like Taurus Rising, this is what we're here for, folks. Now, before we end and go on to, we are going to do one more chart reading here. I just want to dig into what Kate had asked. You asked me something way up here. Can I ask a follow-up question about health? Do you think these dynamics might result in a loss of autonomy, either mental or physical, to a greater authority? I wonder if that was in reference to the sun causing a lot of the burning out. Sun in Aries was causing a lot of the combustion of the moon and the combustion of Venus. So if that's what you mean, you know, authorities, father figure, patriarchy, you know, a lot of this could have had to do with what Taurus Rising has been experiencing. Yeah, sorry, Kate. You know, this was an intense reading that we had to do here today, and you were asking a lot of questions that I didn't get to answer. Said about masculine and feminine, looking at the symbolic of moon and sun together with Venus. Awesome, Kate. So, you know, sun, moon, and Venus together. Sun and moon are definitely harming the Venus gender energy, which is one thing. But as well, the nodes are very close to the 1st and 7th axis. And so that was another gender energy that was a part of this reading. And the moon and Venus and sun, the sun hurting the moon and Venus being our own gender, but especially the feminine gender, was a big part of the reading that we had today. Venus being starved in Aries, wondering about blood sugar and the kidneys. Yeah, the Venus can have something to do with the kidneys. It's really Libra that's related more to the kidneys. Venus, you know, the planets do have their medical resonances, but I couldn't exactly say. Venus does have to do with kidneys and excretion. As to blood sugar, I couldn't say. It's not my area of expertise. So there's always lots that we can say. Yeah, so Kate, you've asked me about my email in here as well. I should have Yeah, so Kate, if you're asking about my email, I'm going to put this in the chat as well. astrology@dustincormier.net. I do like to ask questions. If I get bombarded with questions, I'll usually say that everybody's got to deal with boundaries these days, I'll usually mention that if a lot of questions are coming my way, it would make more sense to do a full reading with me, but we'll go by feel on that. So thank you, Taunus Rising. Thank you, Kate. Big hand to Taunus Rising. That was a heavy reading today, and I'm very glad to have been able to share this reading with you. Now, we've been going for a while. Let's do one more reading. Hopefully we can squeeze it in within an hour and a half to 2 hours. And that is going to be our show for today, folks. So everybody who's been watching, thank you again to Taunus Rising. Everyone drink some water. God bless you, Taunus. Always thinking about everybody. I love people like you. Good. So put in your birth times, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have another peek at Stellarium with the next person that we get. I'm going to go get a piece of chocolate and go to the bathroom. And when we come back, we're going to continue our journey. So throw in your birth times. Now is the time. We're going to do another reading right after these messages. Whew, it's cold today. At least the sun is out. Chocolate, chocolate, chocolate. Okay, everybody, so we got 16 people hanging out with us. Now, okay, looks like we have 3 people volunteering today. So, what I'm going to do, just like I always do, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just pick a number. The one in my head is 13. We're going to start from the bottom, and we're going to make our way up. So Kay's decided to join us as well. I'll give just another minute. Everybody, throw in your birth times. If you feel like going through this, and remember, whenever we do an astrology reading, we tend to go deep. We do tend to move through, and, you know, the intention is not to take your skeletons and throw them out for all to see, which means whenever we talk about something in a reading that you don't want to talk about, even if I ask a question about it directly, there's no need to answer. There's no need to talk about anything you don't want to talk about. But as we've already seen, I do have the intention of usually going deep and really giving each person the feeling of being capable of looking into your shadow and working on yourself. Really, it would be silly for us to do astrology without having the capacity to go as deep as is needed for true healing. So keep that in mind when you put your birth data in. Now I've got a few more people in now. So now let's do it. It's 1:30 my time. Oh God, I just love this chocolate. Kay's got a good attitude. Chocolate. I'm fucking starving right now for some reason. It's grounding the hell out of me. Good. You got the right idea, Oma. Now, Oma, remember, just so everybody knows, Omaima, I'm only choosing the birth charts that are at the bottom right now. I'm not going to go back up because a lot of people who were originally here from our first birth, when I first asked for birth times, I don't know if everybody's still here. So that's why I'm only picking the ones that people have just recently, within the past 5 minutes, put in. So Omaima, if you do want to get chosen, my dear, I recommend that you throw your birth time in if you feel like it. If you feel called to do this and to throw your name into the hat, you were there since first minute. Yeah. So Omaima, so what I mean is that because as we've been going for 2.5 hours, many people have come in. I see, Omaima. I see that you've got your birth time. I remember you had it way, way up there. Now, as we've been going through the reading, lots of people have... Thank you. Okay, good. Lots of people have fallen off of the video. So I don't want to pick a birth time from way up there and find the person isn't here anymore. So whenever I call for a birth reading, everybody, it's like, okay, everybody, throw in your birth times. I'm only reading the most recent birth times that have been put into the chat, right? So thank you, Omaima. Thank you very much for putting your birth time in. So now I can see you and I can choose you. Okay. So, okay. Now we've got it. Now we've got a few more names in here. Let's go through the hat. I liked 27. I think we're going to go with 27 again. All right, let's do it. Oh, young Nass, you just made it, buddy. All right, so I'm going to start from the bottom. We're going to go 27 up and down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. What I got is Christina Marley. Looks like we've got a Year of the Monkey, Aries, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Year of the Monkey, Aries. Christina, my dear, are you still here with us? Christina Marley, you have been chosen by the astrology gods. Let me know if you're still here and you're hanging out with us. If Christina Marley is here, then we're going to go ahead and use her for our first reading, or for our second reading. And hopefully she is. Now, if we don't hear from Christina Marley for a little bit, she's here. All right, Christina. Thank you for responding. Now, Christina, my dear, thank you so much for being on the show with us today. Now, If you dare, are you ready to embark on a journey? We are going to take a little peek at what your chart looks like on Stellarium, and then we're going to dig into your chart. And as I always say, when I'm digging through somebody's chart, I'm a Leo rising with the sun in Scorpio. I got the sun, Mars, and Pluto in Scorpio. So I dig deep. I tend to move around like a serpent and find all sorts of... I ring bells that people don't expect me to ring sometimes. So with that being said, you're not obligated to say anything. You're not obligated to talk about anything you don't want to talk about. I might even directly ask you a question about something that you don't feel comfortable with. Feel free to either not answer or, I've had people say, I don't feel comfortable talking about that. And then thank you. We're here to teach each other about boundaries, to be able to come into the light of Aquarius, share our feelings, share our healing, share our pain in a way that makes sense to us. This is what astrology is. In a public forum like this, we're not intending to spill all your guts everywhere. We're intending to exercise our passion for consciousness through astrology. So let me know if that flows for you. Let me know if that still feels okay after hearing that caveat. It is about learning. It's about learning about ourselves. So let me know, Christina, if that still feels okay for you. Now, I'm feeling like it is. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to start looking up your chart just so we can get ourselves started here. So anything you can, any time that you can say anything in the chat, Christina, and of course I'm not pressuring to you right now, but whenever you do, it allows us to have a little bit more feedback and understanding of what's happening with you through what's going on with the reading. So, Christina Marley, January, March 30th, 1992, at 1 in Demarnin, in Pula, Croatia. I'm here to learn too. I'm open and comfortable to share. I'm very glad to hear that, Christina. So thank you, Christina. Thank you very much for allowing yourself to be a part of this journey with all of us. Now I've got you January, February, March 30th, 1992, 1 in the morning. We have the year of the monkey. $1992. That would be the water monkey. And you would be 1 year younger than me, so you would have just turned 32 years old. So your Mercury just matured. All right. Now, nice. So we've got you for sure. You're Sagittarius rising. That's always nice to see. So now we can actually put a little bit more use out of our cusps and out of our whole sign house system. Of course, I always love a good chart where you can't see the birth time because it's cool to still see what we can get out of astrology from that. So first things first, let me just dig in here just a tiny little bit. Yeah, okay, so we have another person with the South Node in Cancer, the North Node in Capricorn, just like I have, and just like our last contestant, Taurus Rising, has. Jupiter in Virgo, just like me. It's interesting, it's at the 10th house there, although not near the 10th house cusp. This is going to be a good example. All right. So the 10th house cusp is actually falling at 7 degrees of Libra. The Jupiter here is falling at 6 degrees of Virgo. So this is an example of someone who still has the Jupiter which is the first lord in the 10th house. But there are aspects of the 10th cusp that are extra information that is always useful for us that we can't really put to our, this Jupiter is not on the midheaven. Now I wonder, does everybody understand that? See, the 10th house cusp falls in Libra. We'd still call this very much a 10th house Jupiter, even though I use Campanus system. The 9th cusp falls at 9 degrees Virgo. This Jupiter is at 6 degrees Virgo. Some people would say that this Jupiter falls in the 8th house. This is the difference between the whole sign system and the quadrant house cusps. You see, the cusps aren't actually cutting the houses. The cusps are just essentially extra information. And it's still useful information. If there was any planet, one of these days we'll find it's okay that you don't. You're still a good example chart. But one of these days, this might even be useful for us. Yeah, okay, so this is kind of cool. So you've got the 10th house cusp in Libra, which means the 4th house cusp falls around, let's see it again. The 4th house cusp is at about 7 degrees of Aries. That's right where that sun is. Okay? So this sun is technically in the 5th house, everybody. Aries is the 5th sign from Sagittarius. But the sun falls pretty much right on the 4th house cusp. What exactly does that mean? Well, let's have a little bit of fun looking at our Stellarium software. So we're going to go forward in time. Come with me on a journey through all time. Anybody ever watch Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared? I'm such a fucking millennial. Okay, so here we have 1992, March 30th. Is that what we're looking for here? March 30th, 1992. I'm going to change this now. Pula, Croatia. Hopefully this doesn't screw around with me like it did before. Come on. Pula, Croatia. So where are we here? Oh yeah, so that's Europe. Oh yes, that's definitely Northern Hemisphere. Kind of above Italy. Still probably a hot spot. Okay, let's use this location. It's funny because that's 4 in the morning. I feel like there is something weird going on with my software. I'm going to bear with myself here. We have another chart where the sun is at the bottom, so I'm going to put 1 in the morning. That puts the sun up here. For some reason, there's something going on with this software that I just think is a little bit whack. So, it's okay. I've been wanting to play with this anyway, everybody. So, okay. Folks, oh, sweet. Thanks, Omima. Cosmic hug right back to you, sweetheart. So, okay. So I need to use my phone, which has my chat on it, because I need to actually go into my Stellarium actual software. So, Stellarium is something that you can use online. And by using it online, you can get a whole lot of cool stuff happening there. Now, for some reason, I don't know what is happening with Stellarium right now, but I need to follow my instincts and go onto the actual Stellarium software. So I'm about to lose the rest of my screen. I need you guys to let me know if you guys can see Stellarium, if you can see So this is the actual software. I actually like using the actual software better. It's a little bit more real. It's a little bit more dealable. So how do I look, guys? Can you guys see that I'm in this full out software here now? So let's get our equator and the azimuth. We actually don't really need that. So sky and viewing options. My computer's going nice and slow. Don't I love that? Here we go. So we're going to get our horizon. We're going to get the equator. Yeah. Nah, that's okay. We need the ecliptic. Horizon, ecliptic. What else do I need? The meridian. And yeah, I think that's going to do it. Now we need to see our planets. We're going to take away our ground. We'll leave that. Get rid of our atmosphere. Whoa. There is something that we need to not be seeing right now. Meteor showers. Oh, it's the artificial satellites, I think. What are all of these guys? I'm still getting used to using this software. Full screen, planets, cardinal points. Yeah, we need that. What are all these little green dudes? I thank you for your patience, everybody, because this is an important part of me learning to use this software. Okay. Get out of here. So, Milky Way, zodiac light brightness, stars, twinkle is cool, label and markers. Go away. Okay, so thanks again for your patience, folks. Now, I don't know what these green things are, but they're really just way too much. It's a planet system, so I think that these are just stars, basically. But I don't want to see them. You know, I'm not going to spend forever on this because you guys aren't here to watch me fumble around with this software. Okay. Ocular view, hide grids and lines. Nah. I've used this lens. I'm not going to chase this forever. Whatever. I don't know how to make those darn green things go away. It wasn't like that last time. Haha! Gotcha, bitch. All right. So those are exoplanets. So those are planets. Got it. Got it. Okay. I think we're figured out here, folks. Now, meteor showers, artificial satellites. So usually there's a way to kind of show the planets sort of popping out more, but it's okay. We're where we want to be. So our location is Pula, Croatia. Southern Europe. Got it. Whoa. Okay. So now we are in Pula. Whoa. Interesting. And our time is, we're going to go on a journey to 1992. You know, I should say I appreciate you guys going on this little journey with me, because me learning how to whip this up quick is part of what I'm moving through, you know, with learning how to do this stuff. All right, so we're gonna go to, shoot, what was the birth time again? 1 in the morning. 1:50. Now this to me makes more sense. Wow, so this is definitely one wide sky. Don't really need that. Okay, so as I suspected, when we look, we see the sun is beneath the sky, under the ground. All right, so now we are making sense. So here is the Earth, big, round. It's a pretty good looking Earth, you might say. So right now we are looking south because north is above us and behind us. And of course, the meridian point is going to be going through the north and south pole, which is of course going to be in the middle, the meridian. It's in the middle of the east and west. If we looked at this from above, we'd see east is the leftmost point and west is the rightmost point. Now, of course, when you aim at south, it's going to appear to kind of bring east and west in. But really, east and west is like the exact horizon. So now what's cool about this software is that this actually shows us where the astrology signs are. Let me just try and do one little switcheroo here. Nope, one more. So we can tell the you bugger. Whatever. Oh, I see why. Okay. So the degrees of this orange band is the astrology signs. So I want you guys to understand that this is why we are Tropical Vedic Astrologers. Where does this band begin? See, we 120 degrees, 150 degrees. So where's the start of this circle of the ecliptic? I wonder if anybody could guess and tell me. If anybody, the ecliptic we see is the zodiac. So the zodiac, when you look underneath, we see that, of course, we know that Christina's sun begins at 0 degrees. We know her sun is in Aries. So this tells us that Aries is actually the 0 degree point of the ecliptic. And that's because we are tropical astrologers. So as tropical astrologers, the Aries point is going to be 0 degrees. That is the beginning of the zodiac. That's the beginning of where our zodiac starts. Now we can see for this person, the ecliptic, this big orange circle, is mostly underneath the Earth. And it's even slightly crocked to the right. From Earth's perspective, when we're looking straight south, we see the circle of the ecliptic. It's not in the left. It's slightly to the right and mostly underneath the Earth. That's why when we look at the degree that this person's rising sign is falling on at this point, 180 degrees is Libra, and then 210 is Scorpio, and then 240 is Sagittarius, right? Because 0 degrees is Aries. So the opposite of Aries is 180 degrees. So Libra is 180 to 210. Scorpio begins at 210 degrees. Sagittarius begins at 240 degrees. And look, you'll notice that Sagittarius is what is rising on the horizon. That is the sign that is coming up. Now I can't show you this because there's no, I could show you the constellation, but it would look like it's a different constellation because we're tropical astrologers. We don't use the sidereal zodiac. It would look like the person's thing is falling into Scorpio, but in reality, we know that it's 240 degrees from the 0 point, which is Aries. I'm going to make a video talking about all this at some point. So the rising sign is at Sagittarius. Now, the meridian line is actually falling, as we can see. The meridian connects the south and the north poles, and it's the middle of east and west. So that meridian line is actually falling technically in Libra. Now let's correlate this with our actual chart. We can see here Libra holds the midheaven. But in the actual zodiac, which is a circle that has 360 degrees, in the actual zodiac, Virgo is the 10th from Sagittarius. Do you guys see the difference? So Virgo would be from 150 to 180 degrees. If we back this up and we look at the ecliptic just as a pure circle, and we look at, the green line is the horizon. See, Sagittarius is at that 240, between 240 and 270. The horizon falls there. So technically for Sagittarius, Virgo is the 90-degree square. From 240 degrees to 150 degrees, that's a 90-degree angle. Let me just make sure I'm right on that. Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo. Right. So Virgo is between 150 and 180. Sagittarius is between 240 and 270. So the actual 10th house is Virgo, which is falling 150 to 180. But when we look at the actual meridian point, the meridian point is something of the earth. It's not of space. It's not of the zodiac. The meridian point splits east and west down the middle, and that falls in Libra, which is between 180 and 210. So that is why this person's midheaven is falling in Libra. Now, we know that this person has the sun in the 5th house, but what we're going to see when we look downward is that that sun actually falls right on the point of the meridian, of the midway point between the east and west, right? And that sun is actually as far underneath the earth as it could possibly be. Sorry for my bad control on this, right? So when we look on the ground, right, we can't see it under the ground. It's at the northernmost point of the ecliptic, right? So closest to the North Pole. So when we look underneath the ground, we see that the sun is literally underneath the earth. Notice this green line. See where it says north, northeast, east? When we make the ground go away, we can see that green line is like the horizon. And the sun and all these other planets are all underneath the horizon, right? We've got Venus, we've got the moon, it's probably Mars right here, yep. And then we've got Saturn right here. All these planets are underneath the horizon, just like we have in this chart. Saturn, Moon, Mars, Venus, Mercury, the Sun are all underneath the horizon. It's only Jupiter and Pluto that is above the horizon. So let's take one look at that before we call it a day on this. And I should thank Christina for allowing me to use your chart as an example of using the Stellium software, Stellarium rather. And of course, here we have Jupiter. So Jupiter, it's in the 10th house of Virgo, right? When we back this up and we remember, we look without the ground, we consider that Sagittarius is where, if we were to look at the ecliptic as like this, Sagittarius is on the left. This is the birth chart. This is us looking at the zodiac, right? Sagittarius is on the left, and then Gemini is on the right. The sun is down here in the 5th house, and Jupiter is up here in Virgo in the 10th house, even though the midheaven falls in Libra, right? So this is the actual circle which we are seeing in the birth chart when we look at a birth chart like this. Sagittarius on the left, Gemini on the right, Virgo at the top, Pisces on the bottom. It's just that this two-dimensional thing that we see of the zodiac looks a little bit different when you put some ground on it and you look at it from a three-dimensional angle. What's actually going on is all that stuff underneath there in the ecliptic is actually literally underneath the ground. When we remove the ground, we can see the sun and all those planets are literally underground. And being underground means something significant to those planets. There's an energy there. There's something, it has to go through the soul, which is the earth. This Jupiter is the one planet that is above that is not necessarily going through underneath the soul in the same way. Right? Good. So I have to thank you all for allowing me to do this. You know, I'm learning to use the Stellarium software, and you guys are giving me the space to do so. So now, Christina, my dear, I hope you're still hanging out with us. We've been showing you lots of cool Stellarium stuff. Now let's get into Christina's chart. Let's start figuring out what all of this astronomical stuff actually means. By the way, you know, I got Pluto in Aquarius. I'm looking to expand myself through technology. But my Pluto is transiting Aquarius in my 7th house, where my Saturn is. I really want you guys to know if you think that it's stupid to show the Stellarium stuff. Is this, you know, I mean, I really want to do it because I think everybody should get into astronomy. But I also have to listen to my people, to my audience. I want to see what everybody thinks about what I'm doing. It takes me a lot, and I'm getting used to it. I think it's going to get easier over time. You know, next time I come on here, I'll probably have the software locked and loaded so I don't have to just get it ready like that. But I'm always into hearing what you guys have to say, so I'm not just blowing air and losing my audience. I digress. Now, Kristen, I think I've been calling you something different, but Kristen, I'm glad to be now able to do your chart for you. So let's start digging in. Every time I do a new chart, like I said, like usually when I do charts, it's like 100% awesome. Thanks, Kate. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Omema. Thank you, Leah. I'm glad that you guys get to experience it. So whenever I do a new chart, usually when I do a reading, I've spent time going through their chart. So now you guys with me are just looking at this fresh. So I've just got to use my instincts and dig in the best that I can. I often say, you know, it's like when you eat a piece of sushi, you hit yourself with a little ginger, reset the palate, let go of the memory of the last chart that you did, and then we come into a new chart, new space, new soul. The first things that are standing out to me are that Saturn is getting hugely dinged by that moon, but it's in its own sign of Aquarius. And it's Vargatama, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, okay. So, although it's a little close to the first house, overall, yeah, this is a pretty strong Saturn. Although the sun is even... The sun has got the most Stanabala. But the sun is as far from the top of the chart as it could possibly be. The sun actually likes to be further up the chart. It likes to be closer to the 10th house cusp. So being close to the 4th house cusp, as close as it can be, the sun is losing a little bit of digbala, a little bit of its strength that it could have in its yoga power. All the planets are actually missing out on a little bit of digbala here, really. The moon and Venus are okay. Everything else is struggling with digbala, which is going to do a bit of damage to the total yoga power of all the planets. Now, Venus is one planet that's strongly capable of yoga power, just because of the way it's positioned. It's close to the 4th house cusp where it's happy. That's giving it lots of digbala. So Venus is opposite. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, and this, okay. Venus is exalted, close to the 4th house cusp. Yeah, okay, all right. So that's a spanking Venus right there, and that's a nice thing to have, especially because the midheaven falls into Libra. Venus for a Sagittarius rules the 11th house and the 6th house. It's not Sagittarius's favorite planet, but to have a strong Venus is good for everybody. It's good for a woman, and it is going to help deal with the negative energy of the 11th and 6th house. The big planets for Sagittarius rising are Jupiter, the Sun, and Mars, because that's the 1st, the 9th, and the 5th house. So here we have the moon is our Atma Karaka. And it's interesting that the Atma Karaka moon is falling into the Navamsha of Aries. So we have Aries Swamsha. I don't get a lot of Aries Swamsha, so it's nice to be able to do that. Pluto conjunct moon is one of the difficult positions that you could see from your chart. You must mean Saturn conjunct moon. Hey, Christina? Christina, you've mentioned Pluto conjunct moon. I wonder if you mean Saturn. You most certainly have Saturn conjunct the moon, and that is definitely one of the things that I would talk about. Yeah, definitely. That is a very interesting placement, considering that you've got the moon's nodes in Cancer and Capricorn, and of course, 1992, just like my year, you've got the North Node, Uranus, and Neptune all inside of Capricorn, which is ruled by Saturn. And Saturn and the moon are in Saturn's sign of Aquarius. Having Saturn and the moon that close to Rahu, thankfully it's not within 30 degrees. But there's an insanity going on here. Not an insanity. There's a real powerful, heavy signature of Saturn and the moon being close to Rahu, which means it's very possible for Christina that so all of us are really operating through Ketu up till the time that we're about 36. And the planets that are closer to Ketu, especially planets that are really close to Ketu, tend to be planets that we obsess on and focus on until we're about age 36. Now, this is part of the reality of Ketu and Rahu, is that the reason Rahu is so painful is because we've been stuck on all the planets that are closer to Ketu. Now, it's kind of nice that the Sun and Mercury are in the Swamsha. The Swamsha is actually square to the nodes here too. But the Sun and Mercury are square to the nodes. So they aren't getting pulled on by Ketu or Rahu. So they're a place of stability throughout the life. And that's kind of a nice thing, especially the ninth lord, the Sun, being in that spot. It's probably a bit of a bummer that the 7th and 10th lord, Mercury, is... so Mercury is definitely combust here, even though it says it's retrograde. Mercury is not only combust, but it's shamed here in the 5th house. Whenever you have any planet with a malefic planet in the 5th house, that malefic planet is going to shame that planet, which means the malefic energy... See, malefic energy is important. It's what stops us from, getting mugged if we're walking down a street corner at 3 a.m. It's our malefic planets that come out and say, yo, I'm not fucking around. I'm going to fucking fight back. I'm not the person that you want to fucking rob right now. It's our malefic energy that when we're at our job and everything's falling apart in our lives, but we've got a work project that we've got to do that could get us further in our career, we roll our shoulders back and we fucking push and push and push to do the necessary things we have to do to progress us farther in life. That's malefic energy. Now, the Sun's malefic energy, which is going to push and push and push and do what it has to do to progress you in your career and in your soul, Mercury is kind of getting eclipsed, or not eclipsed, but, burned and shamed by that Sun energy. And that's something worth speaking to there. But really, though, the big energy going on in this chart is definitely the Rahu and Ketu on the Capricorn and Cancer nodes, Cancer signs, and Saturn and the Moon are basically conjunct each other in Saturn's sign. That's a huge part of this reading. And it's significant, it's very interesting and significant that at the age of 36, when Saturn matures for you, you are also going to come into the Mahadasha of Saturn at the same time. So you got big changes happening for you, Christina, at around 36 years old. And it's going to start coming even just before then. Probably 35, 36, your life is going to take a huge fucking shift. And it's going to be a tough one. As an astrologer, I'm somebody who is always inclined to, well, it's just how I am. You know, you're a Sagittarius rising, so I don't fear for being this way with you. I think that you probably prefer for me to just be fucking real and be honest. That's how I always am. When it comes to difficult moments that could be happening in a person's chart, it's better for you to see it so that when it happens, you can take note of it and you can move through it. It'd be very interesting to discuss what is happening with Saturn, Moon, conjunct for a person with the nodes in Capricorn and Cancer. In order to do so, this is probably going to take up a big part of our reading. Now, it's nice that Venus is going to be helping this energy out. Here we have, just like our last reading, we have the Rahu is closer to the first house cusp. That's what it's closest to. Thank you, Christina. I'm glad to hear that you're into me being honest and straightforward. This is definitely a relationship axis. We have the South Node in Cancer in the 8th house and the North Node in Capricorn in the 2nd house. It's very possible that before age 36, this person is going to operate through life like we all do, through Ketu unconsciously. What happens to us all is that we work through Ketu unconsciously. Then at age 36, Rahu comes in to sabotage what Ketu thought was the right way to live. Yes, Vimshotri is the dasha. That's correct, Kate. So we all are operating unconsciously through Ketu until a moment happens where, remember, we were talking about the hot tub and the cold plunge. We get used to the hot tub. That's Ketu. We're all kind of a little bit like boiled frogs when it comes to Rahu and Ketu. What happens is that Ketu boils us alive. You ever heard of the boiled frog? If you put a frog in a pot of boiling water, he's going to go, oh my God, this sucks, get me the fuck out of here. And he jumps out. If he doesn't, poor little fella doesn't scald himself along the way. But if you put a pot of water in cool water, put a little froggy frog in there, and then send that poor little sucker to hell, you crank the heat, and you boil the water slowly. What happens is if you boil that poor little dude slowly, he's not going to freak out. He's going to feel, this is nice. This is a nice, sweet little hot tub. This hot tub is cooking, man. You know, it's not bad. I like it. And then what happens is he cooks and cooks and cooks, and he realizes before long that he's getting boiled alive. Poor little fella. So this poor little fella represents all of us with Ketu. We're all getting fucking cooked by Ketu in the hot water and the hot tub. And what happens is that it gets so hot in there because we've been in there for so long. We've been operating unconsciously with Ketu, hopefully in a healthy way, for so long that it's going to make us sabotage ourselves because it's too hot. We become uncomfortable and we become stuffy in there. Young Ness. So I should say young Nas, always feel free to be a part of here. You have to be here when we choose birth times. Right now we're doing Christina, and we're going to do a good one because Christina's been patient here. But we do cold readings every second Thursday of the month and last Sunday of the month. Now for Christina, for all of us, K2, we're boiling in the hot water. We get so sick of it in there that it's us getting sick of stuffy K2 that makes us enjoy the shock of a cold plunge. So this is what people do at spas and places like this. They have a cold plunge, and that's Rahu. It's where it's ice water. Literally, they just keep dumping ice in there. So you're so hot in the hot tub, you dump yourself into the ice water, and you're like, you release, you let it go, and you allow yourself to disperse into the cold shock. And your nervous system is shocked by it. You can only stay in there for like 25 seconds. And then you get back into the hot water, and you're like, all right, that's better. You warm up your bones, you get used to the hot water again, and then you go back into the cold plunge. This is a healthy integration. This is all what we all need to do. We regenerate ourselves with K2, but not to the point where we get stuck inside of our K2 castle. We get stuck in our old ways, the familiar ways of developing strength, and now we no longer have, we get sick of it, right? We don't want to go so long that we get sick of it. So at around age 36, what happens is we completely flip our lid, and all of a sudden we have to get thrown into that cold plunge. So for somebody with K2 and Cancer, we already talked about a little bit in our last reading, it's essentially somebody who is stuck, especially with Cancer, on the moon is what our needs are. We need to have our needs met. Capricorn is our ability to go and work without our needs being met. Here's a fun little metaphor for K2 and Cancer, Capricorn, Rahu, okay? K2, okay, think of a racetrack. Cancer, there's two different ways of being a good race person, of being a good race car driver, okay? Number one is you need to know when something is slowing your vehicle down, something's busted in the engine, okay? So Capricorn, when you're on the racetrack, if you have a good Capricorn and something busts in your engine, you have to think in your head. Like if you're ahead of the game, if you're going to win the race, you have to keep driving, but you have to hold on and make sure whatever just blew, your muffler blew, your transmission is like something is shot in your car. You have to think in your head, how much is this going to slow me down? Am I far enough ahead that I would do better? I would we're at the end of this race. I could just fight through this and just drag myself through. You're on a marathon and you're like, your leg is starting to hurt and you're like, fuck, I'm going to win this marathon. I could do the rabbit thing, the tortoise and the hare. If you're like just about to get to the finish line. If you stop now and rest that leg, a whole bunch of people are going to go ahead of you. And it's like, I should have just went through a little bit of that pain. I don't know if with your body especially, you got to be careful. But this is Capricorn land. It would be to its detriment to keep pushing in order to win that race in the long run. But if this is like an Olympic game, if you pushing that little bit harder, you might get second or third place instead of just resting and giving up. Capricorn is okay with saying, I don't have everything I need right now, but the fire on the anvil is hot. So I'm going to push myself. I'm not going to push myself too much to fuck myself over for the rest of my life. But I'm going to be careful. I'm going to feel my leg. I'm going to move into my hips. I'm going to keep moving forward so I can at least get second, third, fourth place. Not going to get first. That's a healthy Saturn. An unhealthy Saturn says, well, fuck it. My leg's fucked, but I'm just going to get to first place anyway. And then they get first place and they never have another race again because as Taurus Rising is saying, it's to its detriment. If I'm reading you correctly, Taurus Rising. If you have a bad Saturn, you have to know when to rest appropriately with a good Saturn. A bad Saturn says, fuck it, I need to do this thing, and they end up blowing themselves up. So the good race car driver, they're ahead because they got a good Saturn or whatever. And once something blows up in their car, they can slow down, manage it so they can still at least get second, third, fourth, fifth place. Now, that's the power of Capricorn. Now, if they don't have a good moon, then this is something else, okay? So it's a 16-lap race, and you're on lap 5, and this something blows up in your car. You have to think in your head, well, if I just push it and push it and push it, it's not going to do me any good. I need to heal myself. So if you're in a 16-lap race, you're on the 5th lap, and something blows in your car, then it's like, all right, I need help. So then you go into the little side pocket where all your mechanics are. And they go, okay, all right, take open the hood. Let's replace whatever got broken. Let's take that time. And Cancer is generous to the people who take care of its car. Person who's all Saturn and no Cancer, all Capricorn and no Cancer, they got a good Saturn but a terrible moon, they're not going to give a shit about the guys who are their crew. They're not going to give a shit about the crew. A person with a good moon pays the crew well because it's the crew that keeps you going. Your car breaks down in the 5th lap. It's like, okay, this is what I pay my crew for. You get in your crew. It's like, Tommy, all right, so I don't know what the heck's going on. Tommy knows you. So when you have a good moon, you have friends who know you. You take the time to know your friends, and your friends know you. You have a genuine soul experience with your friends. Tommy comes in. It's like, dude, I know what it is. Just like last time, it's the carburetor, dude. I'm on it. He's already got it ready. He's already got the new carburetor. He knows what's going on with your car. He knows what always happens. Brings it in, does it. A good moon does this, is always checking in with their friends about what's going on with my vehicle, what's going on with my life, what's going on with my relationships. So you can and get back out there on that track. Lost a little bit of time fixing whatever was going on there, but you still got 16 laps left, and those other people might not have as good a moon as you do. So this is the moon. This is Cancer. It's taking care of our needs so that we're constantly getting rejuvenated, reverberated, and that we have the health and wellness that we need in our lives. And this is what Cancer K2 is going to be operating through. Now, this K2 is in the 7th, closer to the 7th house cusp. This is somebody who, like our last chart, probably operates very strongly through relationships. And, so the chinker here for this chart is, of course, that Saturn and Moon are conjunct each other. So the Moon has no enemies. So it's not usually messed up by any planet. When the Moon's conjunct any planet, it doesn't get fucked up by it. But Saturn is the one planet where anything conjunct Saturn is going to starve that planet. So here the Moon is getting starved. The Moon is starved by Saturn, and this is very much a dark moon. The Moon turns malefic when it's waning. See, for you, the full moon would have happened in Libra, and then the moon went to Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, and then in Aquarius. And that was the moon coming to the new moon. Excuse me. So the moon's moving towards the new moon. It is in a place where it's dark, it's malefic. A malefic moon, when it is conjunct an enemy, it's going to agitate that planet. So in this case, both Saturn and the Moon are agitated here. And both Saturn and the Moon are closer to Rahu. Really what this kind of signifies is that from age, you're probably still under this experience, Christina, where because Rahu doesn't come open fully until age 36, it's very possible that there's probably some stuff related to your personal emotional world and possibly even your financial world that you have not been getting serious and real about, that is going to completely come online at the age of 36. And you're going to have to be dealing with whatever you have not dealt with emotionally in your childhood, as well as you've got to be very careful not to unconsciously be so desirous of partners. See, Ketu in Cancer in the 8th house, don't let me pin you here, my dear. This, with the moon starved by Saturn, there's a real signification here of somebody who uses their erotic power, especially with the dark moon. There's an erotic power that's probably being used here to attract the affection that you might not have ever gotten from your parents. So, what can be signified here is that you should be very careful of using the Ketu 8th house desire and lust for power, erotic power, magnetism, and sexuality to pull in the affection and attention of men who see you for your looks, for your capacity to be magnetic, and to, in some ways, use you for their, agendas. Because you are somebody who is so desirous of getting affection from the opposite sex. That desire is probably strongly coming from a sense that you never got the affection and love from true love from parents, from children, from siblings, from friends when you were younger. You might have felt awkward when you were very young. Might have felt very hard for you to communicate and ask for what your needs are. Just like our last chart, you might have felt like it's hard for you to ask your mother for things that you want, or for your father for what things you want. In this case, it's really a signification that there would have been perhaps some distance from the father, perhaps some abandonment from the father, if not literal abandonment where your father wasn't there, but possibly the feeling that your father was there, but he didn't love you. He didn't give you attention, and he didn't give you the loving affection at the soul level that you truly craved. And so now you seek possibly a cheap representation, a symbol of the deeper love that you sought through a father figure in your life, through the 8th house erotic connection with men of the opposite sex. So let's take a little peek at what Christina's saying here. Divorced parents, mother was narcissistic, father abandoned when I was a teenager. Okay. So I can only assume that if your father abandoned you while you were a teenager, he was probably not giving you the best of the love that every soul seeks while you were very young as well, because the moon is really old, younger age. As well, of course, this is harming the moon, which is you instinctively knowing how to fix your crew, asking for what your needs are, interacting with people who love you, friends, having girlfriends who you can have that bottle of wine with and say, honey, this is happening to me in my relationship, and you cry together and you love each other. You don't need the wine. The point is to be close to friends who love you, who need you, and who you need. That's your crew. So you can get back out there on the racetrack living your life. Whenever you have an emotional desperation moment, you need to have people in your life whom you can talk to about it. Now, it's probably hard for you to trust that you can give that kind of energy to somebody and that you'll get it back. Because this is how the moon is. Especially when we have good boundaries, which, we know that your Mercury is shamed as well. So if you don't have good boundaries, it's going to be hard to have the experience that you have friends who you can talk to, organize your time through Mercury, manifest having a girl date with your girlfriends, or having guy friends who you can be friends with without letting that 8th house energy pull them into the desirous soul satisfaction that you seek that you never got when you were young. It's important for you to have guy friends. It's important for you to have girlfriends. And you need to manage your time and your boundaries with them. You can't, every time you hang out with a guy friend who's just a friend, when you get the sore Cancer energy, like I get it too, man. I get lonely as fuck sometimes. It's hard for me, depending, it can be hard for the people with this axis to have opposite gender friends without permeating this sort of heart lust for them. And, someone with this, especially with the South Node in Cancer, it can be this kind of feeling of like, I have a door open to every man in my life. If they ever lose their girlfriend, I'll be there to, possibly pick up the pieces. Or, you look for guys who also think in this way. This is a very hard read. I'm basing it all on possible childhood things of never being able to get the love that you truly seek from people who actually matter and have dignity and who you really deserve. And it's very likely that having friends would allow you to move through these kinds of things much more easily, to reflect, to understand, to experience, and to talk with others about it. Now, the moon is your Atma Karaka. Whoa. Damn. So the moon is the highest degree planet in your chart. So the moon being your Atma Karaka shows that Cancer and all things falling into Cancer are going to be a deep key part of your soul, which means having this soul connection with people. So you got to understand, you could go through a sort of a bit of a Monroe complex when it comes to men, when it comes to women, when it comes to anybody. So Marilyn Monroe was this beautiful woman, and she was she had an archetypal face, archetypal looks. She was an archetypal fantasy for men. So men see her as the ditzy, blonde-haired girl, and they love when she would reflect the archetype of an ideal woman, of men at that time and the standards at the time. And of course, Cancer relates to the masses. It relates to what everybody would think would be the ideal. What happens to women when they have a lot of heavy things going on with Cancer is that they get this Marilyn Monroe complex where men love you for your capacity to reflect their ideal. So men will love you because you can be that perhaps that traditional housewife, or you can wear the sexy lingerie, you can know all the modern things that everyone thinks is what hot women do right now. And they will, like a donkey, chase with like making a donkey chase a carrot. Come on, baby, chase the carrot, chase the carrot, chase the carrot. And you will only be loved when you reflect the arc that everybody's looking for. But they won't love you for who you truly are until you have to kind of manifest that. Now, the Atma Karaka is the planet with the highest degrees in its sign, Kate. The Atma Karaka is the planet with the highest degrees in its sign. In this case, even though there are planets with technically higher degrees, those are outer planets. Of the first 7 planets, Sun, Moon, Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, Venus, and Saturn, the planet in its sign with the highest degrees is the Atma Karaka. So this Atma Karaka moon is going to, see, the Atma Karaka brings out the energy of any planets that are happening in its sign. Now, all this is going to say that there's a huge soul emphasis on everything happening with the moon. And if there wasn't this heavy Saturn-Moon conjunction happening in Aquarius, where Saturn is very strong, if the moon was anywhere else, if it had delight from its friends, then that delight would be very powerful. All the good things that happen to a good moon in a situation like this are going to bring deep, 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 deep soul bliss. The moon being the Atma Karaka is neutral. Even the moon being the Atma Karaka and Cancer K2, K2 being in Cancer. See, K2 is actually neutral, even though just like Pluto is actually neutral. K2 is actually neutral. It's the situation with the planets that amplify, that cause difficulty. K2 being in the sign of the Atmakaraka is going to amplify what's happening with the Atmakaraka. So it's going to put more deep soul emphasis on that planet, on what happens with that planet. So this moon being starved by Saturn in Saturn's own sign is going to have that extra soul depth and edge to it. Now, there is some good news is that the moon is actually the highest Shadbala planet. Especially, it's got good Drigbala. It's got probably an aspect from Jupiter that's probably helping it a lot. Am I right on that? Jupiter's giving 30 points, and that's a big chunk of the Drigbala for this moon. So the moon is strong in Shadbala, which means that there is some dimension of this person that's not stupid with their emotions. There is something inside of Christina that allows her to understand her needs and to feel them out. It's just that Saturn is starving the moon, which means that complications in life, her parents being, Christina, I should be talking to you directly, your parents having divorced each other and feeling that abandonment from your father, which does have a lot to do with the Saturn energy in a lot of ways. It's all these Saturnian things that would have put stress on that moon. It would have been felt very deeply. And so themes of abandonment, themes of emotional abandonment, you got to be very careful of how you experience these feelings being tied into the 8th house of having values that you can make you fall into a partner who also has strong values themselves, who might also have power themselves. The 8th house is like a power. The 8th house is that scorpionic capacity to get the resources you need to go through internal difficulties. Taurus and the 2nd house are the things that we get to help us get through earthly difficulties, financial difficulties. That 8th and 2nd house axis is very pronounced for this person who has the nodes in this 8th and 2nd house, especially the 2nd house with Uranus and Neptune there. It's a very deep and mystical signature. The 2nd house of falling into your own capacity for your own financial reality, your own entrepreneurial capacities, is going to be coming through for you around 36, 37, 38. Especially at age 43, there's going to be things that force you to have your own financial strength because Rahu matures at 43. And when that happens, it's a midlife crisis where what we've been doing through K2, the hot tub is boiling us, and we're like, oh my God, I have to get out of this and jump into this cold plunge of the exact opposite of who I've been and what I haven't tried. It's like the Buddha who knows he's going to die at some point, so I need to explore what I haven't explored. That's what happens to all of us in our 40s. So for Christina here, that Rahu energy is first going to start clicking in at age 36. It's going to really manifest strongly at 43. It's going to be a need for you to experience your own financial independence, your own psychological independence, Saturn, your own friendship groups, especially through Aquarian things. Because this is all Rahu and Saturn taking you away from emotional dependence on other people. It's the big thing that I see going on in this chart. Strong, soul-based dependence on other people. The real, I'm just going to say it, like it's cunty. And cunts are beautiful things, but it's just such a visceral word to say. The fucking heavy thing going on in this chart. Real fucking lizardy, tough stuff happening here, is that the experience of bonding with other souls, the experience of sharing your life with another person, the experience of needing and being needed, lower chakra stuff, the feeling of sharing your soul with other people is the Atmakarika. You need to get out of dependence on men for trying to give you the feeling that your father never gave you, and come into Saturnian, dry, self-realization, being fucking hard and goddamn real with yourself, getting on your own 2 feet, learning emotional and financial independence, going to therapy, and having friends who give you the strength that you need outside of all that soul sharing that you do with another person. And all the time you're doing that, you are going to be going against the thing which the soul craves the most. Sadly, with something going on like this, what it is that you are going into a phantasm of mirages. And it's only by being suffocated by falling in love with this mirage, and that's not true love. He Marilyn Monroe'd you. He didn't love you for who you are. He loved you because you actually magnetically attracted him out of a desire to have an idea of a man who matches the father you never had. And you need to go through, you're probably going to go through soul relationships with men who are not good for you, who only are this vague image of what you thought you wanted. It's this phantasmagorium of false pizza that's never the real pizza that you crave. And all the while, all of those things were still Vishnu. We're still Krishna. You're still falling in love. You're still having the experience of love at some level. But this is just like, you should watch the movie, Christina, if you're still here with us, my dear. I really highly recommend you watch the movie called what's it called? It's The Witch. Oh my gosh, I gotta figure out what this movie is. The something witch. The Witch. Classic 70s vibe cameras. What's this fucking movie called? It's a movie. If anybody can help me figure out this movie I'm trying to think of, feel free to throw it in. It's a movie, The Love Witch. Found it. There's a movie called The Love Witch that Christina should really watch to understand what's happening with. It's a perfect example of what is going on in this chart. Okay, so in the movie The Love Witch, this woman desires she desires an abysmal love from men because she's lonely and she wants to be loved by men. So what she does is she creates a love potion number 9. And she drugs men with this love potion. And the men, as soon as they drink it from a drink and they see her, they fall in love with her. And she's like, yes, I now get the experience of being completely and utterly loved by this man. But she's not in falling in love with the man. She's getting the loneliness of being needed out of her system. So these men fall in love with her. She has this power. She's fucking beautiful. She has this magnetism that these men fall in love with her, and they don't love her for who she truly is. She knows that they only love her. She knows that they only love her because she gave them the potion. So she can't actually get the feeling of true love from this man because he's been bewitched. So she keeps doing it to these men, and one day she finds a man who she could actually love. So she bewitches him with the potion, and the man falls in love with her. But there's this gear grinding, very strange experience where she loves him, and she wants to be actually loved by him, but she'll never know what it's like to be actually loved by him because it's the potion that loves her. And this is the one man who she wants to actually experience true love from, but the potion makes her question whether he actually loves her or not. And now she's frustrated. She wished she didn't give him the potion, because then she would have had a chance to truly be loved by him. And stylish as hell. It's a super fucking cool movie, right? So it's a trick. This has got the Love Witch written all over it, particularly because of the moon. You know, there's a deep desire in this person, because it's the moon on Makaraka, a deep desire to actually fall in love in this way. And really with the moon, it's in the Navamsha of Aries, you know, so there is a desire. There's an Aries energy in this person too that would be worth sort of moving through and talking about. But I think the best thing that we could speak to in this chart as an astrologer is this moon conjunct Saturn in this third house. At age 36, Rahu is going to start to open up. And of course, not only is Rahu in Saturn's sign, but the moon and Saturn are closer to Rahu, which means that... Awesome. Okay, so Christina's saying that she can really resonate with all that we're saying here. I'm glad to hear it, Christina. Now, the age of 36 is like what this is telling us, everybody, is that because not only are most of the planets closer to Rahu, but hugely speaking, the moon and Saturn are way closer to Rahu than they are to Ketu, which means you don't have any planets other than Jupiter to grip as you're going from age 0 to age 36. You got no planets to grip with Ketu. Ideally, when we have a good moon in this situation, you will have gone through Ketu. It would have been misty. It would have been smoke and mirrors. You would have gone through the phantasmagorium of men, but you would have been learning about your soul along the way. You would have been having little bits of love, because I like to say, just because a relationship doesn't last forever doesn't mean it's not a success. All the relationships we have along the way to the lover that ends up being the lover we deserve are still Krishna. It's still Vishnu. It's still soul, still self meeting self along the way. You know, I've got cats in my life, and I believe these cats are my soulmates. They're not my star-crossed twin flame, but we've been through lifetimes together, and we're living together. And now I live with my cat. They're my soulmates. That's what a soulmate is. It's someone who's destined to merge with your soul and spend time with you in a significant way. Even if it doesn't end up being the lover that you finally deserve and get in the end. So don't close your heart off to the love that comes to you. This is the tricky thing. You're not going to anyway, because you're a lover. You got love written all over you. You know, especially with the Swamsha moon in Aries, which is the fifth house of the natural birth chart. There's a romanticism here. You know, the ninth Lord Leo being in the fifth house as well. Although the sun is so close to the bottom of the chart, it doesn't have as much strength as we would necessarily like. There's a romance happening in this soul, and it needs to experience the romance. And, you know, if you just close your eyes and wait for Prince Charming to come to you, it's not going to, what's going to happen is probably what happens to all of us with Cancer South Node. So we go through periods of loneliness. You know, we are love avoidant personality people. And this is what happens for a person who's a love avoidant personality type, is that we have the strength to go on with our loneliness. We find ways of being happy ourselves, especially if you've got a good moon. This does serve you well in the end. But we can go on wading through our loneliness, through our desperation to connect soul to soul with another human being until we find one that works. Now, ideally, if you've got a strong Saturn and a strong moon, this serves you well. But for you, you have significations where that it wouldn't go well. It's okay. Don't feel victimized about it. This is just me being a Leo rising and being fucking hard as I am and having lots of Saturn in my chart. What's probably going to happen to you is that you're going to dig too deeply into any soul that you get along with, that comes to you, because you've been so heartsick. That's what they say about the moon. Anything going on with the moon, it's heartsick. Heartsick to be with a lover, heartsick to be without a lover. There's a great little poem that I always mention, and it's from this lady who lived in like the 1200s, and she was a devotee of Shiva. It's beautiful, beautiful poetry. She's always saying, Shiva, my Lord white as jasmine. And she talks about the nature of love. And she basically says, it's painful when I'm with you, and it's painful when I'm without you. When can I have it both ways? Being with you and yet being without you, my Lord white as jasmine. You know, she loves so deeply that she can't let herself go when she's in it. And it's almost annoying for her and her partner that this love is so strong. And then she gets away from the partner, and now I'm in pain until I see you again. It's painful. This is a chart where meditation, yoga, finding peace by mastering the compulsion of your desires, by practicing finding a love object outside of your affection for the opposite sex. Or, you know, by the way, Christina, you can let me know if you are a lesbian or if you are oriented in any other way. Now, Semikcha, if you're still here, I just realized that you asked this question. This discussion we're doing is cold readings today. We're discussing the chart of our friend Christina here, who has volunteered her birth time for us to talk about her birth chart. So, you, Christina, what's going on with you is that this is one of those charts. I say this all the time in astrology. When it comes to love and romance and relationships, you're such a strong lover, but you have such karma that you're never going to figure yourself out until the nodes mature. And even when they do, this will always still be a difficult karma for you. So as I often say, you're damned if you do deal with this, and you're damned if you don't deal with it, but you're probably more damned if you don't deal with it. If you don't learn human soul merging, you're not going to learn how to be happy on your own. But you are also not going to learn to be happy with other people. This isn't to say you won't learn to be happy. The point is that you need to integrate these two, because this is a key dimension of the happiness that you are going to get. One thing is for sure is that if you don't get into learning about relationship dynamics, if you don't learn about this is a tantric chart, especially with that Venus and Mars conjunct in Pisces. Like, you got tantra written all over you, my dear. So you've just texted something, and I'm going to look at it in just a moment. Tantra is learning about healthy boundaries. It's learning how to communicate what your needs are with a partner, so that if you feel like you're a needy person and you're a neurotically needy person, you can convey this to your partner and say, I'm somebody who has strong needs, And if my needs ever feel too much for you, please let me know. Because you are somebody for whom it's healthy and natural to have strong soul needs. And you need to use your boundaries. You need to essentially, with a chart like yours, you need to actively apply yourself to asking your partner to communicate their boundaries. Because what's going to happen with a chart like yours is you're going to be so desirous psychically of a lover, they're going to feel like the love witch. They're going to feel like you're a parasite. Like do you love me for who I am? Or do you love me because you didn't get love from your father when you were young and now you're just desperate to be loved by anybody? Because men are not stupid in this way either. A man wants a woman who loves him not only because the woman has needs, but because the man wants to be loved for who he is, for his soul, for his skills, for his talents, for the way he thinks, for what he can give in a relationship. Not just because he's a man with a dick who can go out and make money and come home and funnel the drive that the things that he didn't get to do at work, he funnels his love into a woman. So he's not lonely anymore. These are the archetypes that we all seek. We need to find our lover through those archetypes. And if you don't communicate with a man about how strong your love is, he's going to feel like you're just using him like a dish rag. He's going to feel like you're using him just to be loved by somebody because you have a vampire-like desire to connect with somebody in order to feel powerful again. Part of the way that's going to help you do this is when Rahu comes into the picture and opens up for you, you're going to have your own sense of power. You're going to have a career that's bigger than the love that you seek to have with other men. You're going to have psychological tactics, not defense mechanisms, but coping mechanisms for yourself that you've learned by going to therapy, by talking with your other friends. You're going to have a social group in a financial reality outside of your lover so that you don't depend on them financially. You don't mix money with emotional needs. Be very careful doing that kind of thing. You could easily be a girl who does the sugar daddy thing and gets your heart involved with it. And that will not serve your soul. I can tell you that right now. Although, no judgment if you do go through anything like that. I've gone through some shit, in my life as well, being Cancer South Node as well. So, it's very easy to get wrapped up in these kinds of things. And don't feel bad if you do. You don't even have to share if you have gone through anything like that. But I want you to know that involving these kind of power dynamics with another person is not going to help you build your own second house power. Second house is your finances, your emotional, psychological skill set, your value. What are you bringing inherently through yourself to this relationship that is more than just you being a hot piece of ass that can be chucked around by a man? Right? The 8th house is my ass, my pussy, my dick, my energy that I can give into lovemaking, my service that I can give to helping nurse your psychological maladies. This is all stuff where if you are psychically so absorbed in your other partner that you aren't developing on your own life, your own friends, your own money, your own psychological coping mechanisms, then you're never going to build on your own life. You're never going to build on the things that bring you intrinsic value as a person. Not as a woman, but as a person. You being a woman should serve who you are as a person. You being a woman should serve what your soul is. Your soul should not be subject to the fact that you're a woman with breasts and ass and a mouth and promises that you can give to a lover all these things that you put so much energy into your lover so that you can be loved at the expense of building them in yourself. Because men aren't stupid. Men are going to see men are going to see a woman who doesn't have self-value, who just uses her body, uses her mind, uses her sexiness, just does whatever, pulls whatever she can out of her ass to make a man happy when he comes home from work. The man's going to roll down his shoulders at the end of the day and say, so what have you done for me outside of what you naturally are? What have you done for me outside of what's easy for you? Yes, having sex feels great for me and it's easy for you. You cooking me dinner is natural and easy for you and it feels good to me. But what have you done that comes intrinsically from the depths of your soul, that you've challenged yourself in this world like everybody else has to pull yourself out of your shoes and show up to the world, to go against your instincts, to go against your compulsions, to go against your ease and comfort, to make my life and our life together better, especially when we go through tough humps. When the man is not always making money, what are you doing to help ease his financial situation? And there are lots of ways that women can do that, even using your body, all these things. This is classical woman stuff. But the problem is that if your mouth, your body, your words, you're being nice and ooey gooey, kissy kissy, if you're using that as that's your rent, you're paying rent, he's paying rent with his money, and you're paying rent with your mouth and with your kisses and with your niceness. Then, when you seek to be loved for your sex, the man is going to say, oh, so this is, okay, you're paying rent now. Okay, all right. Okay, let's pay the rent, suck my dick. Come on, let's do the thing. Let's do it quick because I got to go to work tomorrow. When you actually want to be loved for your body, when you have desires, when you say, I want to go out for dinner, and it becomes, oh, okay, so now this is you paying the rent. Well, okay, honey, so, you're my wife, I guess, whatever, so, you want to hang out on Thursday? Well, me and the boys are going bowling on Thursday, so you got to make this work with my schedule because I'm paying the rent, I'm paying the bills. So let's, instead of doing that, let's do it on Saturday. And you're like, oh, but the movie I wanted to watch was on Saturday. The concert I wanted to watch was on Thursday, sorry. I want to go see a concert on Thursday, and I want you to come with me. It's like, well, sorry, honey, I do the bills, I do the blah, blah, blah. This happens for men and women all the time, right? So it's important for you not to allow your energy to be used by a man, and the only way to have that is to develop it yourself. And this is going to happen for you at age 36. It's going to completely come through you, especially because Pluto is coming into Aquarius. This is going to be a huge key theme for you. Pluto's coming into Aquarius while you're going through the Saturn period. Even right now, you're also going through Sadhisati. You're almost through Sadhisati, thankfully. Now, Taurus rising is being a good person here and actually looking at Christina's comments. Now I want to go back and see what Christina said here. So Christina says, okay, thank you for responding here, Christina. I've been in toxic relationships with men, and for the past 2 years, I'm working on myself and hope that the man I'm with now is the one, because he was also abandoned by his father, and we want to grow together. It's good. And you want to grow together. Well, it makes sense that, you got to watch for trauma bonding. You don't necessarily want the both of you to be, again, chasing, the image of, really what you should be looking for is not necessarily we share the same trauma. That can be, you got to go by feel. I'm glad that you're with a partner right now who's feeling good, Christina. What you have to do with this partner is you both have to communicate using that Mercury, which for you we know is a little bit combust. And Mercury also rules the 7th house, as well as the 10th house. So you have to try and recognize that your Mercury is shamed. Mercury being shamed is going to be a very key part of how you manifest the Saturnian energy of developing boundaries so that you don't allow yourself to be psychically wrapped up in his trauma and that he doesn't become psychically wrapped up in your trauma in a way that goes uncommunicated. When you guys bind in the soul, there's bound to be some merging of this trauma energy. It's what happens when we fall in love. We take on the partner's shadows as well as their goods. It's Mercury is a very key element in allowing us to communicate our boundaries so that does this feel good to you? So you don't feel like a vampire. You don't feel like a parasite. You are allowing yourself to freely open up to your partner. And your partner doesn't feel like he's taken on a parasite or a vampire either. Words first. And then even as time goes on, your guy might say that it does feel a bit like this energy in you to try and seek a man in this hard, lone, lovesick, heartsick way that you do. It does drain me a little bit. It does sometimes feel like you don't love me for me, but you just are seeking to be with somebody. You have to ask the man, does he feel this way? And be open with it. Use your Saturn in Aquarius. Take the criticism. Listen to it. And don't allow yourself to be victimized by it. Whatever he says is his honest truth. Sometimes you might just want to take that. This is something you want to read about, especially with that there Virgo, Jupiter. Read about it. Read books about this kind of thing. There's a great book. God, I fucking can't think of any of my book names right now. It's a good one. My friend emailed it to me, and it's a good book. But essentially, reading about any books that give you relationship consciousness is going to be helpful for you. Did I just find it? And I'm going to take 2 seconds to see if I can find this book. Nah, it's okay. It's important for you, Christina, to learn about healthy communicative relationship consciousness. I would say Brutus always minded that Chiron is opposite Moon and Saturn. And so there is going to be some Leo Chiron energy involving itself with the Aquarius 7th house to that point. Brutus has always got the dirt on Chiron. Moon opposite Chiron signifies nurturing and abandonment issues that need healing. And Chiron usually teaches us to teach others about the wounds we experience. So it's good that Chiron is over time eventually going to teach about some of this nurturing, but it's going to come with the lesson, the 7th house lesson, and that's going to add a little bit more difficulty to teaching yourself, speaking to, and learning about these relationship things. But with that Jupiter up there in Virgo is actually not the best place for Jupiter, but Jupiter is in the mutable axis, and that's going to give a little bit of nature and strength, as well as Venus. That Venus debilitated in Pisces is also an exalted planet helping the mutable axis, which is about learning, reading. It's the wisdom planets, Jupiter and Mercury. So this is why I think you have the capacity to use books, use your capacity to learn in a way that's going to teach you about relationship dynamics. Really, even with with Saturn there in that 10th house, being the first and fourth lord, that's a key part of this reading regardless. This is somebody who probably uses Jupiterian. You could be a psychologist. You could be somebody who's into the psyche. With Pluto and Scorpio in the 12th house, the South Node in that psychic 8th house of Cancer being that psychological, and Moon at Makaraka. Like this is a great chart for like a psychologist, some kind of counselor, somebody who helps other people. I mean, you and I are kind of similar in a lot of ways here, Christina. And, I'm not perfect. Like I got my own psychological shit. Just because I can talk about it on YouTube and make it look professional and fancy doesn't mean that when I'm with a partner and I'm going through it, I understand it and I know a lot of these things, but it's still hard to move through the actual energy. And, that's often the case for me, but I am somebody, you don't need to have a perfect love life in order to be a reflective relationship counselor. Ideally, you should have your own things kind of worked out, and it helps when you do have your own things worked out. But learning about relationship therapy is something that can help us talk about it, like I do as an astrologer. I talk about it with my friends. I have lovers. I have one lover in particular who's into Tantra and psychology, and I've learned a lot through her about this kind of stuff, even though I'm not perfect with it. And I think the same thing for you. It would do you very well to learn about relationship dynamics, how to communicate in a relationship, Mercury stuff, very important. What is the true nature of relationship bonding? How do you get through bonding with a person without allowing your trauma to be so encased with it that you love the trauma or you love the energy of moving through the trauma with the person rather than the person themselves? Who's a great guy for that is Gabor Mate. A book that you'd probably enjoy is The Myth of Normal, because Gabor Mate has a very strong consciousness towards dealing with trauma. He understands trauma very deeply. He expands on his own trauma in his books and shows that you can still be a good lover even when you have trauma, but it's your responsibility, not the other's responsibility, to speak to it, to own it, and to ameliorate it, to remedy it, to find solution with it, to move through it. Because your partner is not a mind reader. They don't know exactly what you need in order to deal with any trauma that you've experienced. Aha, look at that. You have the book, The Myth of Normal. I hope that you're getting something out of it. I always thought that issues with my bad choice in men was related to the thing that I was sexually abused by my mom's ex-partner. My mom never believed me, and she was physically and mentally abusive herself. Yeah, so that's heavy stuff. That's heavy trauma. And, this is very much, there's probably, especially with that Scorpio in Pluto, trine to the South Node in Cancer, there's probably a lot of stuff that you're moving through in terms of this abuse that you've experienced in your life, where you might feel it's natural that there's a little bit of some kind of sexual and psychological abuse that can happen in a loving and trusting relationship. B, you don't know how to speak to the feeling of discomfort. You might even have, sexual things that have been programmed into you where these are kinks that you might even want to get out. And when you move through them, the person sees that there's a positive program inside of you that responds positively to this kind of sexual energy. And so they apply themselves to this sexual energy. And it might, Lilith gets through things under the shadows in the darkness. It doesn't work in the same way that the sun and Apollo and the light does. I say this because it doesn't serve anybody to judge you for how you move through that experience of trauma. Tantra is often about finding kinks and abuse that you experienced, working through them in a constructive way, while also disseminating, allowing yourself not to feel judgment for them. Sometimes, especially with the nodes on an Earth-Water axis with Pluto and Scorpio, conjuring this energy consciously through kink and very consensual working out with sexual partners can be a way for you to possibly release yourself from these energies, but it's going to take a lot of communication. It has to be conscious. And if you ever do power play type stuff with a love partner, you'd better make sure that you're doing it consciously so that they don't, let them know that you've been through the trauma that you're talking about. So that they don't come and think, oh, she likes it when I choke her, that's hot for both of us. So maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do it in moments where it's worked out at some points, and then all of a sudden he's triggering for you things that are not being worked out in a healthy, constructive, consensual, conscientious way. With your Saturn being conjunct the moon, your Saturn is also sensitive. So your Saturn, when it comes to criticism, to feeling like you're being put in your place and any kind of shit like that, it's not psychologically strong enough to see, it's okay, this is a kink that we're working through. It's going to permeate your psychic sphere with the feelings of, I'm a piece of shit. I deserve this abuse. I'm not going to be loved by anyone who wouldn't give me this abuse. If you ever feel anything like that, this is deep psychological trauma that therapy would do very good for it to help you consciously work through childhood regression, see what kind of stuff happened back there, isolate specific moments like that one that you're talking about, where you felt these kinds of things and this sort of degradation of your validation, your degradation of your voice, especially, that probably happened. You're not saying what age it was, but there was probably times where as you got to be 3 to 12 years old, where you would have wanted to speak to the dark, shadowy trauma that you would have experienced. Mercury would have clenched up when your mother said, no, shut up. I don't want to hear your voice about this. You're wrong. Because Mercury being, combust and shamed by the sun in this way, Mercury age operates from age 3 to 12. So it might have been things at that time with your Mercury that taught you that it's a bother when you speak your voice. Don't be so annoying and bother us with this inconvenient questioning, says your mother, the mother to the child. And that's a really gross thing that can happen there. And this can show up in your personal relationships especially. See you, Taurus Rising. Nice seeing you, my dear. Thanks for hanging out with us and for volunteering your chart. I'm getting there too, folks. I know I'm starting to get starving. So, Christina, yours is a chart where we can see that there's lots of things, lots of work that could be done with your relationship energy by learning how to communicate and learning how to love yourself, be patient with yourself, and get through your deepest emotional trauma. Now, every time you go through Saturn return, you're also going through Sadhisati, and that's difficult. I'm sure that you've just gone through Sadhisati, so the good news is you're still going through it, mind you, right? Sadhisati would have happened for you. Thankfully, you would have been going through Jupiter period for a lot of your Sadhisati. That's kind of nice. So Sadhisati is when Saturn is in the space behind the moon. For you, that is Capricorn. Saturn went through Capricorn around 2019 and entered Aquarius around 2021 to 2023. Then it was in Pisces from 2023 all the way up to 2026. And then Saturn is going to enter Aries, which is the area of your swamsha. 2026 to 2028 is going to be an important time where Saturn in transit is debilitated in your swamsha. So you've been learning a lot about this area of experience, which is very good because when you're 36, you're going to be using everything you've learned while Saturn was transiting Saturn, while it was transiting your natal Saturn, and it was transiting your moon. At age 36, everything owned by Saturn, which is Capricorn and Aquarius, not to mention Pluto going through Aquarius, it's going to be opened up by the Saturn Mahadasha period in 2026. This is, of course, also when you're the age of 36 where Saturn matures, which means you're going to be narrowing what has not worked down to a fine dial. And there's going to be shedding. It's going to be letting go of possible friends. It's going to be letting go of possible lovers, possible jobs, things that you thought were meant for you. There's a lot of shedding that's going to happen in 2028. Is that right? 2028? Yes. Starting March of 2028, even before then, you're shedding. It's like having a period. Out with the bad, in with the good. You're coming into the good things in your life, but that has to have a narrowing. Saturn is going to be your Mahadasha Lord for a long time, up till 55 years old. Now, when you're going through your 40s, it's going to be the Saturn period. This would be a lovely thing, to be honest with you, except that Saturn and the moon are conjunct. Saturn is a little closer to the first house than it would like to be. So I would expect that there's going to be pain associated with this time. But your Saturn is not useless. Your Saturn is okay in Shadbala. Your Saturn technically has what it needs to get through this experience. It's going to be actually very enriching for you to come out of the hot tub and to come into the cold plunge of this Saturn energy. Because you've been so stuck on Cancer, life and Pluto and Aquarius is going to fucking hit you with some truth, smarten you up, and bring you into the hard truths of the realities of how you are not contributing to your relationship financially and energetically in the way that you could. You are stuck on being a person who needs to, it's like you're driving this race. And every time there's a little tiny rattle in your car, it's a tiny little rattle, you go, uh-oh, I don't know what that is. I need to go to my crew. And the crew is saying to you, it's fine, Christina. Just keep driving. You could drive a little more. No, I'm afraid the car's going to blow up. I need to come and check out with my crew. And then you come to the crew and everyone's like, okay, let's tighten up the wheels. Let's tighten up the bolts. Let's just bring you back. You know, I have to be careful with how I say this, but the point here is that you also have to learn to do that. You actually have to learn to come to the crew. But essentially, it's probably the case that you're not even on your radio at all. You just feel the engine sputter a tiny little bit and you go, okay, I'm going to slow down. I'm going to let the race drive by me. I'm going to come in last place. I don't care. I'm just afraid of feeling my energy. I'm afraid to ask for help. And I'm afraid of essentially driving at my best, being my best, pushing myself to challenge myself. That's what Capricorn is doing for us. That's what Saturn is doing for us. So when we're driving and we feel like, oh, maybe I should slow down. Maybe the competition is tough. Maybe this world is tough. Saturn allows us to say, this is the race that I'm in. I have everything at my disposal to do my best. So I'm going to push myself to do my best. I'm going to use the resources at my disposal. And we need both of these. So you're going through the big shift now. Good. You've probably been going through it since 2019. You know, the beginning of COVID was already, thankfully you were in Jupiter period while that was happening, right? You were going through COVID and you were in your Jupiter period. That's a bit of a blessing. Jupiter in the 10th house probably got you some career opportunities. You know, that is a bit of a blessing. So you've lost your job, suffering from severe social anxiety, makes finding a new job even harder. You've cut off your mom from your life now as well. So it never hurts to, okay, so that's, you know, obviously you needed to do that with your mom. As time goes on, I do want you to recognize that your mother contains the seed of a lot of your Cancer energy and a lot of your moon energy. Now, I can understand you saying that your mom is neurotic and traumatic and fucked up. I want you to recognize that the spiritual, psychologically strong thing to do here is to find strength inside yourself. Find strength whatever way you can. If you can't get it from your mother, you have to essentially be your own person and go so that when your mother is in your life, ideally, you recognize her as one of the great holders of energy inside of you. She's her own soul, but she was your mother. And when you find strength in yourself, there's peace that can be made with your mother. I'm not saying that you got to go and chase her. I'm not saying that you got to make her love you in the way that you want her to. She's going to be the same person she's going to be, but you have to be the bigger woman in this situation. Don't grind her under the dust. Don't curse her under your breath because she is a part of your root. What you need to do is heal your own root. Make peace with the roots and the ancestry and everything that has led to who you are now. The only way to really make peace with it is to make internal peace with yourself. Recognize that life has set you here in order for you to make peace with your soul, with your own karma. And this is a bit of a cleanup incarnation because there's a lot of pain that you're going to have to move through, I think. And moving through that pain without taking it personally is what is going to allow you to come into alignment with letting that pain go. And we do it through love, true love that comes from self-realization, from meditating and recognizing that the reason that your mother is this way, the reason her parents were this way, the reason you are this way is because you might be addicted to seeking love outside of yourself, blaming the world, blaming other things for the pain that you're experiencing, and never just looking within, reducing the compulsions of your mind, and being okay with reality. Reality is never the problem. It's our reaction to reality that's the problem. Everybody's living in the same 5 elements, the same tattvas, the same cosmos as you are, but you are experiencing the reflection of the energy that's come from the generational trauma of your parents laid down to you. You have to stop it yourself. And it's not going to come from hating your parents. It's not going to come from despising them and cursing them under your breath. It's going to come from kissing life's opportunity to bring you in alignment with truth. It's painful for all of us to do it, no matter what your karma is. But the sooner we make peace, the sooner we recognize that our parents are just following their parents' generational trauma. You're at the end of, you're at the, in the midst, at the end, whatever, hopefully the end of generational trauma. And this is very common. There's so many people going through this. And you've got plenty of things in your chart that are going to allow you to embrace the good that you have in your life and move through this generational trauma that is probably very heavy for you. You know, Jupiter has got a lot of support in this chart. Venus has got a lot of support in this chart. You know, you have a womanliness, especially Venus being exalted here in the 4th house. It's a little tricky because Mars is a malefic in the 4th house. You know, you have psychological, emotional abandonment trauma and maladies and rough malefic energy with your mother, with that Mars, it's a Kalapata yoga. So you have to embrace that these things have happened to you. Find out the beauty that you are, which there's a lot of. You can see in a chart like this, Jupiter at the top of the chart is probably very willing and capable to put in hard effort to do what it needs to do in order to alleviate karma. Find the good parts of yourself, use them, and accept the bad parts of yourself. Accept your shadows. Speak to your partners about them so that you don't feel like your neediness is suffocating them. Just like you might even feel like your mother might have felt like you had neediness. Your father, you felt needy to them and that it's suffocating them. These are all being created by your memory of abandonment, of traumas that happened into your childhood that don't actually reflect the reality. And some part of it, though, might be there for you. You have to understand that you're still worthy of love, and the only way you're going to find love is by accepting your mother, accepting your father, and accepting yourself, and moving through it with patience and humility. And it's tough to do, and if you can't do it yourself, I think a therapist is going to help you essentially make peace with your past. Make peace with your parents and your generational trauma. And as time goes on, when you come into this understanding that you are a generational circuit breaker, especially because you've got the moon as your Atmakarika, where the south node is, involved in that moon-Saturn conjunction, because Cancer rules the moon, and you've got Uranus and Neptune and Rahu, all together in Capricorn, whose Lord Saturn is involved with this. Hello there, Alice. Nice to see you. You are a generational circuit breaker, generational trauma circuit breaker. You are a generational trauma circuit breaker. And that Aries Swamsha is going to be a part of you recognizing that you are an independent individual outside of all your karma. But you need to use that individualism, that Aries Swamsha power, to break free from unconscious hatred. When we say you're breaking free of generational trauma, that doesn't mean you can say, fuck them, I hate them, I'm going to do the exact opposite of them. Imagine somebody whose mother and father forced them to be a poet when they were young, or a gardener, forced them to never look at anything outside of being a gardener. And the person developed trauma and anxiety, and they said, you know what? Fuck my parents. I'm going to do the exact opposite of that. I'm going to go to war. I'm going to go war. I'm going to go shoot some guns. I'm going to go fucking kill some people, because that's the exact opposite of being a peaceful little gardener. Do you think that that person is getting away from the trauma? Do you think that that person is not being affected by their early life? If you go in the exact opposite of what your parents did, that is still a mirror reflection. What you have to do is make peace with the fact that there are probably pieces of who you are in what your parents did. You have to find the pieces of your mother that are true to who you are. That's another thing. Look inside your mother's qualities. She was hateful. She was mean. She expressed her boundaries. She loved men in probably lascivious ways. And all of these things, you probably see them in your mother and, God, she's such a whore. She's so mean. She was so aggressive. I'll never be aggressive like that. And then, now you don't know how to be angry. Your lover leaves this toilet seat open, he leaves his crumbs on the table, and you don't know how to tell your lover off when you need to. How to be mean and true and real when you have to be angry and have to use your Mars energy. Your mother hated herself. She loathed herself. And so she went out and did whatever she could to put makeup on and have a false superficial love with men. And so now you are afraid to go and meet men, let's say. You're afraid to go out and date people. You know, you've got a lover right now, so it's good, and you're working through that with him. Your mother, you know, your mother never committed to somebody. A true man never truly committed to them. So I'm not going to be like my mother. I'm going to commit to the first person that I can and completely look past all the red flags that person has and not speak to them, because I don't want to be like my mother. I want to be able to commit to a man. Well, just because, you know, you've got to see what happened in your mother, and really, I guarantee you, especially for you with someone with Cancer South Node, there are aspects of your mother that you hate, and you hate them because you have not integrated them in yourself. Same thing for me as a man. There are aspects of my father that I hate. He's angry. He's impatient. He gets so frustrated when he's on something new. But it's that anger and that frustration and that thing that he does that has allowed my family to survive, because of the job and the work that he's found through that energy. I had to learn to deal with it. It's energy that I hate, but I've learned that that impatience has pushed me, since I've been learning to integrate this, to not just wait my life away. I'm learning, like my father, to have a YouTube channel, to do astrology charts, to be real serious about my business, and to go into the unknown. And it's the same thing with you, especially probably for love, with that moon being the Atmakarika. If there are things that your mother did which you hate, you have to make peace with them and find out how much of yourself you let out. See, so you don't like your mother for doing all these things. So what you've done is you've taken that baby and you're washing this baby clean. You got to make sure you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Really think about this phrase that I just gave you. Your capacity to love, there's pieces of you inside of your mother and the way that she loves, the way that she understands love. And you want to wash that. I don't want to be like my mother. Well, make sure when you try not to be like your mother that you're not washing away parts of yourself that are actually true to who you are. Because there are roots of your ancestry, of your nation, of your race, of your culture that have to do with who you truly are and how you could seek happiness. If you're running from those things, then you might be blind to throwing away parts of yourself, so that when now you're with a relationship with somebody, you don't know how to be loved. You don't know how to enjoy yourself. You don't know how to ask for love, because, the only way that I could think of being loved is by asking for love. But my mother, her neediness, she's so needy. I don't want to ask to be loved. You know, if you get with a lover, with a man, and you don't ever see him, because the two of you have your individual lives. So you want to, you want to go out on a date with your lover. You met with them first. You went on a few date the first times you met each other, but 2 years into the relationship, you never go on a date with each other. Because, my mother was needy, so now I can't be needy. So I'm 2 years into this relationship, and this man now has gotten used to you not having this impulse to have a meaningful, soulful connection. And it's 2 years in and you're craving it, but you never ask for it. So it's like, now I'm going to stop going out with this person. I'm just going to leave this man. He's not right for me. And the man's like, what are you doing? Where is this coming from? It's like, you never loved me. You didn't really love me. You never went out on dates with me. It's like, well, honey, you never showed me that you wanted to go out on dates. You never asked. You didn't show me that you were starved for this love. Why didn't you? And the reason you didn't is because you were too afraid to show it, because, that's like what my mother was like. Don't throw that baby out with the bathwater. Discover in yourself what is natural and healthy for every woman to do in order to be happy with a man. Because a lot of those you probably see in your mother and evade in yourself, and you're avoiding the self-love that you truly need to find for yourself. There's a lot here. There's a lot that I could go through for a chart like this. Now, I didn't look at your whole chart. Oh dear. Why? There's a lot of things that we could look at, but I can see we're 4.5 hours in and I'm starting to get drained. And I'm getting chongo, folks. But Christina, my dear, I hope that this has given you a sense. Sometimes as an astrologer, most times if you give me just a couple of days to look through your whole chart, I can look at the whole thing. When I do these cold readings, I don't expect myself to completely have your whole life in order like I would when I do a full reading. But I hope that this cold reading has given you a little bit of food for thought, a little bit of some useful reflection on how you might operate, how you might be unconsciously sabotaging the true love that you need to seek, which is going to be very useful for you as you come into your Saturn period at 36 years old when Saturn matures, and when you come into Saturn Mahadasha. That's going to be a time where relationships are less of the necessary, you're out of the frying pan and into the freezer. See, we're all with Ketu and Rahu, we're like someone standing on a frying pan. Ketu gets too hot, so we jump in the air, and that's Rahu. But guess what? You're going to come back down to Ketu. You're jumping into the air into Rahu, which means you're coming into that second house, personal financial independence. But you need to integrate Ketu. You need to integrate your capacity to be happy and fulfilled and loved in a relationship in order to find that independence truly. You're not going to find it by leaving all the men in your life and trying to work hard in Capricorn land and material capitalist North America or wherever it is that you're living, Europe, whatever, material 666 land. Mm-hmm. You're not going to find it there necessarily either. You need to integrate relationships with your independence. Amazing. I'm so glad to hear that, Christina. I'm very happy to have done this for you, Christina. You deserve it. You've got lots of promise in your chart, but really there's a lot that you need to work through, especially while Saturn is going through the bottom of your chart. Now is the time for you to look within yourself before the time comes when Saturn eventually is going to go up the top of your chart and career things will be more of interest to you. Really, even despite that, you're in Saturn period for a long time. So breathe, be patient with yourself, and do what you need to do to make yourself healthy. Ask for help. Seek therapy if you think it's going to be useful for you. Personally, I think it would be. Everybody can be well served by therapy, but it's especially anybody who is going through a period of self-reflection. You've already done this with me as an astrologer, and that's a start. So thank you, Omaima. And let's give a big hand, everybody, to Christina. Thank you, Christina. You really spent a lot of time with us today. I dug in hard for you, my dear. I almost didn't want to, you can always dig too hard when you're doing these cold readings, but you stayed with us and you went through it. That's okay, Christina. Believe me, you have spent your time being on my channel. I have no expectation of you you'd give it back to me by giving yourself what you need. Because you're my Krishna. Krishna is the cosmos. You give more back to me by doing what you need to be well. And yeah, feel free to check these videos out anytime. Now, thank you to Vicky Lee, to Omaima. Mo was hanging out here. I think Mo just gave me a little donation on PayPal. Bless your heart. Alice, Angela, Taunus Rising, was nice to see her here. Leah S. Brutus Always Mind, it was nice to see you as well. All sorts of people were hanging with us today. Now, before we go, for everybody watching, as I always like to say, I love to do these readings, but I love to also throw my PayPal link on there in case anybody ever feels like giving me a donation. I like to do these regardless. So yeah, it's time to take some rest. I can even feel it in my neck. It's time to get off the computer screen right now. Let's go eat some food. I'm going to go eat the fuck out of some chocolate right now. Thank you for everybody who has been hanging out here for the live and everybody who's watching after the fact. Stay tuned, folks. I'm going to start trying to do cold readings twice a month. We're going to include the little Stellarium stuff there. No worries, Omima, my dear. I'm very glad to be hanging out with everybody. Now, I'm not going to be doing any more lives. I'm taking a break for Christmas. Not doing any charts. I'm going to go hang out with my people in Whitby, Oshawa, close to the city. Then in January, I'm coming back here with back to my dad's cottage. I'm going to do cottage stuff. I'm going to be writing my books. I'm taking a little bit of time away from a lot of astrology things. I'm going to be doing charts, but I'm not going to be doing as much astrology as I have been, video-wise. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I get pulled in because I love this channel. I'm focusing on my books. So if anybody wants a reading, they're happening in January. And we're going to be doing, ideally, 2 chart readings a week starting January. So keep your eyes peeled for that. For everybody watching, amazing. Mo, I love you, sweetheart. You always do so much for everybody. Good luck, Christina. Good luck with everything. Would you do a membership for reading the done chapters? Oh, that's interesting. Would I do a membership for reading the chapters that are done? That sounds cool. I can fuck with something like that. Thanks, Omima. You really got me thinking of something that I could do there. Maybe we could do like a book club or something for when the book is coming together. You know, I want to finish. I'm finishing like 3 books at once before I finally put these books out. So don't expect them to come out anytime soon. But Omima, sweetheart, I appreciate you for expanding my brain. You're being Pluto and Aquarius for me right now, and I need it. So thank you. Thanks for everybody. Lots of love. Let's call it a day. See you guys live after Christmas, after New Year's. We're going to do more chart readings, more sign readings. Until then, lots of love. And keep your eyes peeled because we're going to be doing the second Lord in the houses every week, every Sunday while Christmas is happening. Happy holidays, everybody. Mwah. Lots of love.